if you were willing to publish on the archive before, and you still had the trauma of having credit taken from you and so on, but you were willing to, and then there was this conversation that you don't have an EDU,
Yeah.
but you could also get an EDU just by emailing Harvard,
No.
sending the places.
No. No, there's something called post.harvard.edu that they stopped accepting because that meant that you were an alum, but you weren't active.
Interesting.
So there's a game going back and forth.
Okay.
I think you should have Jacques Distler on your podcast and ask him these questions. I'd rather do science.
And then you said that there's no proof that these people who are dealing in fundamental physics for the past 50 years are doing anything related to physics. And what if someone said, okay, but what's the proof GU has anything to do with fundamental physics?
Well, this is the thing I was trying to talk about when you deftly steered me away, if I may. There's something I call not even remotely physics. Now, the acronym for that is NERF physics. So you can tell how many safeties are on the gun and how far you are away from doing it. Does your theory put dimension 4 in pride of place? If you're working in dimension 3 or dimension 10, if you're not highly focused on dimension 4 to begin with, that's a strike against you. Do you have one temporal dimension to begin with? If so, you're doing real physics. If you're in Euclidean signature, generally speaking, you're not doing real physics. Do you have SU3 somewhere in the structure group of your model? If you're only using SU2 or U1, you're not wrestling with quantum chromodynamics. That's a strike against you. Do you have 3 generations of fermions, which is a feature of our world? That's an artificiality. No, I'm only worrying about one collection. Okay. If I look at the sheer number, does your Higgs field value itself in the adjoint representation of your structure group? That's not what the real Higgs field does. So I could take a new metric, and we could pass an AI over it and say, how many papers, one last one, I forgot this is your work phrased in the language of geometry and bundle theory? If you just take those things, where I would imagine the average paper would be a 4-dimensional manifold, 1-time dimension, SU3 would be included, there'd be 3 generations of matter, and it would be phrased in bundles and connections in geometry. I believe essentially the number of people working in actual physics approaches 0, and that is a decidable proposition as to whether I am right or wrong. I believe essentially physics has stopped at its most fundamental level. And we can just test it. So if you're out there, do me a favor, write a script that uses AI, regular expressions, and checks papers, ingests PDFs, and checks how many of those safeties are on the gun. I don't want to work in 10 dimensions before I get to 4. I don't want to work with no time dimensions. I don't want to work if SU3 isn't in the picture. And I don't want to pretend that you can do this without bundle theory. I believe that effectively no one is doing physics. Full stop.
Okay. Now, what if someone said that this metric that you came up with 6 or so criteria, that your theory will fall through that sieve? So it stops other theories because they didn't satisfy it. Yours goes through. Okay?
No, you're starting from a wrong premise. The standard model and general relativity, we all accept. I think if you don't accept them as effective theories governing our world, you're really not part of a serious conversation. I think Sean Carroll is exactly right about that. He said it on your show. He said, you have a theory, that's great. Well, I have a theory. My theory is called the standard model. I heard those words from him.
Why is the standard model his theory?
That's just how he said it. He didn't mean that he developed it, but he did sound a little bit like Colonel Jessup saying the blanket of freedom I provide is something you, Lieutenant Caffey, should be grateful for. Okay. Is the standard model after the Wu Yang dictionary in bundles? Yes. Is it on a 4-manifold? Yes. Is it 1, 3? Yes. Does it have 3 generations? Yes. Does it have SU3? In other words, the theory that we all agree goes through that sieve. We all agree on the standard model. It goes through the sieve. I'm not coming up with something that selects my theory. I'm saying that any theory that is trying to go beyond the standard model and general relativity will have these characteristics.
Okay.
And by the way, if I'm wrong, let me just look right. If I'm wrong, write the script. I'm happy to come back on the show and say I was wrong.
Where I was going is that there are other people who have their own checklists, and it tends to be a checklist that their theory passes. So, for instance, Wolfram may say something like, we have to explain why these laws, not any other law. We have to explain observers. And his theory purports to solve both of those. So he says those are the most important. So I find that when I'm dealing with people in the
Special
space
pleading.
of theories and everything,
I'm engaging in special pleading. I took the assignment to be going beyond the standard model means going beyond the standard model. And I took going beyond general relativity to mean going beyond general relativity. And I took the idea that it should be on a napkin to mean it should develop from very few assumptions. These are things everyone repeats and no one follows. We all talk about this, what the scientific method is, we don't follow it. We talk about what attribution should be, we don't follow it. We pass laws, we don't know that they exist. We're living in like loony land. And so what I'm doing is I'm saying, I see your collective fictions. I have collective fictions of my own. It's not like I don't understand what a collective fiction is. But I'm not going to get any science done if I live in your collective fictions. So my claim is, I took those, that's a core set of assumptions. If you have additional assumptions, I understand that. But I'm claiming that nothing passes even those. Like, for example, GU is not phrased as a quantum theory.
so what do you imagine the quantization procedure to be for GU ultimately?
It's a little confusing. It's not so confusing if you think about it downstairs on the base space. The big problem is that it's not one. The difference between 0 temporal dimensions, 1 temporal dimension, and multiple temporal dimensions is enormous. With 0 temporal dimensions, you're an elliptic theory and you have access to a T.S. Singer and all the great stuff that comes. If you have 1 dimension, we know a lot about Hamiltonian dynamics and development and initial conditions. The problem is if you have 2 or more temporal dimensions, you're in something called ultra-hyperbolic equations. And very few people can think in 2 or more temporal dimensions. GU has several things. This is something that, it's a great pleasure to be able to talk about. What am I critical about GU? That's not a question that I get much.
I didn't ask that, but I'm curious to know. I'm glad you asked that of yourself.
So,
Crispy and chewy and sweet, and now I'm hungry.
Let's get you some help. Stitch Fix. Online personal styling for your size, style, and budget.
Easy. It's something that's always been a part of who you are. And a journey.
Get road trip ready with deals at Pep Boys. Right now, buy 3 Cooper Adventurer all-season tires and get the 4th tire free.
for example, I don't know how to deal with ultra-hyperbolic equations. So if I think upstairs on the 14 manifold, there are no initial conditions because that's a codimension 1 concept. Really what you have is boundary conditions. Now, good luck. I think I had to be told that the Cauchy problem was well posed in ultra-hyperbolic equations. Not something but this is not stuff I know. So it's a good example. The entire concept of physics is that I have an initial state.
Wouldn't that mean there's no Cauchy horizon?
I believe that they are well posed, but I don't know how to push Hamiltonian dynamics in multiple temporal dimensions.
Is the bundle trivial?
Which bundle?
The metric bundle.
Depends on the topology.
Well, the reason I say that is because in GU, there's a global section. So you can't take a global section unless the bundle's trivial.
There isn't a global section. You're talking about the metric section? No. That was the thing that you actually cut. This is fun because I now get to actually have a meaningful argument. Didn't we agree that there are patches on which there's only a connection defined on the tangent bundle, and then where you're doing observations is where you have the metric defined, and that's one of the ways in which we get around some of the quantum gravity problems.
Okay, so
Let's go, man.
because just like you've forgotten much of you, or you have
Yes.
to reintroduce it to yourself, same with myself.
By the way, thank you for saying that, because when I say things like I forgot aspects of this is like a city where you don't remember what your work is from 17 years ago, and it's stored in some piece of paper you can't find, all that kind of stuff. Yeah,
My recollection is the PDF has IOTA, which is a local section, and then it has GIML, which is a global section. But I'm saying that the existence of the GIML implies that the bundle's trivial.
this is interesting. This is a problem I never had before, because occasionally I would have to do a refactor of the theory because I realized that the notation was cumbersome, or it conflicted with something. There are only so many letters, all that kind of stuff.
So this was my other critique. Hebrew. So there are other letters that are used not much by mathematicians other than in cardinality. Hebrew letters
Right.
that were used in GU. So, and then there were some that I chose to keep in. And if I was to introduce this to a friend afresh, I wouldn't use the variation pi, which was funny because I called it variational pi, which in math there's something called taking the variation.
Right.
And I didn't mean that.
I know, but so you made an error, and the thing is that the error is now immortalized in the video. But the point
I
is,
put in a pause to emphasize that. And also the point that I left in
please,
the different notation, because it's my understanding that you implemented that notation to honor certain people, and I don't have that same relationship to those people, so I don't honor them. Even though you're honoring trammels your explanation. It's that communication gap I mentioned.
Pi is my wife, Zeta is my son, Nu is my daughter, and I'm Epsilon. And so I wanted us to be together.
It's also that's a humble view of yourself to give yourself epsilon.
Look, I'm the roadie for a group of superstars.
Epsilon is usually diminutive, so that was the joke.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable being here. Look, I'm sharing that with you, but like, it's very important to me that some jerk doesn't come in and say, we're going to change all the notation. Like, no, these people suffered for this theory, and I'm going to make sure that we're going to write their name, we're going to burn their names into the theory. And by the way, the Hebrew letters matters to me too. You know, I come from a tiny, tiny community that is always in danger of being wiped out for reasons that we can go into, but it's a scary thing. Yeah, I can make it worse. I can call the base space haaretz for the land, and the total space hashemayim. No, I'm saying you asked me a question, I'm answering it because I'm proud of my people, and to be honest, right.
And I didn't mean that.
I know, but so you made an error, and the thing is that the error is now immortalized in the video. But the point
I
is,
put in a pause to emphasize that. And also the point that I left in
please,
the different notation, because it's my understanding that you implemented that notation to honor certain people, and I don't have that same relationship to those people, so I don't honor them. Even though you're honoring trammels your explanations. It's that communication gap I mentioned.
Pi is my wife, Zeta is my son, Nu is my daughter, and I'm Epsilon. And so I wanted us to be together.
It's also that's a humble view of yourself to give yourself epsilon.
Look, I'm the roadie for a group of superstars.
Epsilon is usually diminutive, so that was the joke.
Yeah, I'm uncomfortable being here. Look, I'm sharing that with you, but like, it's very important to me that some jerk doesn't come in and say, we're going to change all the notations. Like, no, these people suffered for this theory, and I'm going to make sure that we're going to write their name, we're going to burn their names into the theory. And by the way, the Hebrew letters matters to me too. You know, I come from a tiny, tiny community that is always in danger of being wiped out for reasons that we can go into, but it's a scary thing. Yeah, I can make it worse. I can call the base space haaretz for the land, and the total space hashemayim. No, I'm saying you asked me a question, I'm answering it because I'm proud of my people. And to be honest with you, the tau homomorphism, which is not just the gauge group being included simply trivially into the first factor. The tau comes from the Hindi concept of being terra or slanted, right? So I didn't say that, but at some point I had a Devanagari character, and then I found that people just really didn't like it. And so I said, that's too bad because I run out of letters regularly, and I'm very proud of our family's Indian heritage. And so I wanted to honor India as well as I wanted to honor Jews in Israel. So yeah, that's a personal choice, and I get to make it, and I'm pretty unapologetic about it. So I'm sorry if you have to learn Gimel and you have to learn Aleph. It's pretty painless and it's over quickly.
What else have you not said about GU?
So great. One of my beliefs about GU is that GU gets a lot of its power from the fact that it's willing to consider killing forms that are not positive definite.
Yeah, how do you deal with unbounded spectra?
Well, I don't know. What my claim is that we don't know how nature deals with it because we're shielded because of maximal compact subgroups. In other words, what is picking out spin 6 cross spin 4 as the Petit Salam model is maximal compact inside of a different real form of spin 10 than the SO10 theory. So in the SO10 theory, if you ask, well, what's the maximal compact? It's just the whole group. But how you're getting somehow from the D5 Dinkin diagram down to spin 6 comma spin 4 is that nature is saying, somehow I'm going to handle this indefinite killing form. But I'm not going to show you yet because you haven't gotten that. So I'm just going to show you the compact subgroup to which it is broken. Okay, that's totally different intellectually, completely, from saying, no, nature can't do that because this will lead to problems and cause out. No, nature's not listening to what you can do today and what you can't do today. You also have well, how do you do a Feynman integral? Nobody knows, right? Unless it's very restricted. Okay, but you're using it. You're using a bunch of analogies. Who said I can't go into technical debt and say, I don't know how she's going to quantize this theory? The reason I have it is a classical theory. It's not that I don't understand anything about quantum theory. It's that almost certainly the physics community is mostly confused. Of course you can have an indefinite group. We have spin 1 comma 3 that we're forced to deal with. And if everybody understands the rest of the theory, I hope that one of the most important agendas becomes, okay, we've got to learn to deal with an indefinite killing form. Let's get our best people on it. Right now we write an occasional paper, like Whitney's written on this. So that's
early supergravity theories you have gauged that were non-compact. They did some COSIP though, but it was still non-compact.
Yeah, there's that. On the multiple time and I think Stephen Weinstein, philosopher, does physics at Perimeter Institute, ultra hyperbolic. It's like bars, 2-time physics. So if GU is right, what it should do is to say, look, Eric took on technical debt in order to do this thing. Let's pay it back. And by the way, that's normal science.
What does pay back? Do you mean solve it?
Do you know what technical debt is in computing? That's, again, one of my...
Yeah, please explain.
So sometimes you do something that is kind of not right while you're coding. And you say, okay, well, I'm taking on technical debt. I have to fix this somehow. But right now, I'm just going to do this now. And then
Being expedient?
sort of, yeah, it's like a stopgap measure that you have to go back and fix.
Okay.
Yeah. So my claim is that one of the ways that things have gone horribly wrong with critique, I think most of the critiques in physics are not critiques. And what you see is there's a huge difference between saying, let me understand you first, let me steelman you second, and let me give criticism that is constructive third. That is normal to me. And by the way, I actually weirdly modeled this with Terrence Howard. Let me see if I understand you in your own terms first. Let me put your best foot forward relative to my community, the math community, second. And let me give you criticism only after I've done those 2 steps.
Yeah, I don't think your real genius is GU. I think it was making sense of Terrence Howard in real time.
Terrence is a perfect example of we tell everybody can be a scientist. You can learn this on your own. We don't care about credentials. And if you ever try that, we're just going to laugh and laugh and laugh and laugh. And I think it's terrible. And I'm still friends with Terrence. And I will tell anybody, Neil deGrasse Tyson totally missed the fact that Terrence took a regular tetrahedron and spanned the affine group, which is a six-dimensional group, with six almost regular pentagons, arbitraging the difference between a 108-degree internal angle and a 109.47 and change angle inside the vertices from the center of a tetrahedron. Genius move. Lots of stuff I think is garbage. Terrence laughs and laughs and laughs at me saying that it's like, you talked about the baby in the bathwater. You know what? We're colleagues, we're friends. I don't think he's a mathematician. I don't think he's a physicist. I think he's got some great ideas. I think he's got some good ideas. I think he's got some lousy ideas. We don't do that. And I think it's really important to talk about this, but I do want to get back to the science. What we do is we pretend, we, the community of academicians, if you come into my office, you say, hey, I've got a really crazy theory, and I want you to listen to it, take it seriously, and give me feedback. We know we're obligated to do some of that. We find out we're incredibly busy. So the person who's incredibly busy is then playing ping pong in the lounge and doing all sorts of other things. The next thing we do is we try to find the critique which causes us not to have to listen ever again. If I can just find one flaw, we can dismiss your theory. That's not how science works at all. And there's a question about, did you ever steel man the theory to begin with? I think the GU went 41 years without ever being steelman. Like, that's impossible. I could steelman Garrett Lisi, Peter Voigt, string theory, loop quantum gravity, all of them. In general, it takes about 45 minutes to an hour to get the gist of an idea in this world. It takes much more, as you know, to fill it in. But I take as almost proof that GU is really interesting and different, in that there are no steelmans in it. It's just a portrayal of a crazy person talking garbage on the internet, which is not, can I say it's not true? It's false? There's so much there. And simple stuff. I was just meeting with Lee Smolin at his home in Toronto today. I said, Lee, one generation of standard model fermions is just the pullback of a Weyl spinner, properly understood from the space of pointwise Lorentz metrics to the four-dimensional manifold. And then he started talking about something else. I said, did you hear what I said?
I want to talk about GU.
Yeah, let's do that.
Something I endeavor to do with this channel is to understand the theory of someone to the point where recapitulating it back to them is met with agreement, and only then do I think I've apprehended it. And so when you're saying that should be the first step, I wholeheartedly agree. I hope you felt like I didn't misrepresent GU.
I hope you felt that I didn't misrepresent GU, because, to be honest, keeping something alive while wanting to be open to the serious critique, wanting to make sure credit isn't taken away, at the same time as not wanting to interfere with the scientific, it's impossible. There's no way of solving this puzzle currently. What's interesting is that we're talking about a group of people who've appointed themselves the border collies of academia. And anytime somebody starts to stray and say, I want to self-publish, I don't really think that this is the correct story, whatever, they slam that person. And that person is pushed back into, well, clearly you're a self-promoter. Like, really? Have you looked at what your university's put out in terms of PR releases with the lousy research, with the huge claims, et cetera, et cetera? Have you once talked about the problem of the leading people in the field totally misrepresenting things? There are certain tells that they're not even aware of that show you that they're not interested in the underlying subject matter. What they're very interested in is, we've got to make sure nobody arbitrages the flaws in the system. And I'm here to arbitrage the flaws in the system because they are flaws in that system. Now, when it comes to steel manning, that's a really special moment because you get a chance to see whether the person has not only understood something but added something. And that's one of the things that I got out of your treatment of GU. I think that there are places where you say wrong things, but then you know what? There are places where I say wrong things. And what isn't true is that when you say something wrong, the theory collapses. Or if there's a flaw that you weren't aware of, or there is a flaw that you were aware of, the theory collapses. This is part of this different academic method, which says the outside world can't tell the difference between a colleague trying to be a colleague and an assassin trying to destroy something or steal it. There's a horrible phrase that I learned in graduate school called gripe and swipe, where the idea is you complain about something and say it's incomplete, it's flawed, it can't work. And the idea is that now you know as much about the theory, and if you can fix the flaws, then it belongs to you. It's one of the reasons I'm an entertainer. I'm not an academic, because there's no such thing as gripe and swipe. If I release a version of a song and it could be improved, it doesn't become that person's song without dealing with the issue of copyright.
I don't know if copyright will protect you.
I don't mean copyright really legally. It's an unexplored area of the law.
Oh, no. I mean in the math sense. If you publishing something related to math, claiming it as an entertainer, I don't believe copyright covers that.
Well, you know, there was a point where Jon Stewart reported the news by saying he was reporting the fake news. He would say, and now the fake news. And then he would say real things that weren't sayable on CNN or NPR. I'm an entertainer. Let's leave it at that. Let's get back to GU.
Okay. So I want to know, what is GU? Now, I know that's an odd question to ask someone after I've investigated it as long as I have. But the reason I say that is that I've heard you say more than once, can't recall where, so I can't place the citation on screen, but it was something akin to, look, Dirac should have had the convictions.
Courage of his convictions when it came to predicting an antiparticle to the electron.
And the reason was something like, he proposed a theory. Actually, he proposed a specific instantiation of a theory. So you take something here that's a theory, the theory, cloud, reify it, and then this gets disproved. And then you say, well, the theory itself has not been disproved. So then that could sound like from the outside as hedging. Like, I'm going to put forward whatever GU is. Someone could find critiques. Then I can retreat up here and say, but what GU is has not been disproved. You've disproved my explication of GU.
Yeah.
So what is what is it that you see is up here?
Sure.
What makes GU GU? Such that if you were to see it in the wild, someone would say a wild GU appears.
This is such a great question, Kurt. I really appreciate this. You ever seen the Zen of Python?
No.
There's this thing called the Zen of Python, which tries to reduce the Python programming aesthetic to, to a list of 24 Zen koans, or over 26 or whatever it is. You know you're in GU when you replace the inhomogeneous Lorentz group with the inhomogeneous gauge group. You know you're in GU where you spend most of your time on a 14 manifold rather than on a 4 manifold, where the 14 manifold is constructed from the 4 manifold. You know you're in GU when there are no internal symmetry groups. You know you're in GU when the Higgs field comes out of an add-valued 1 form. You know you're in GU when you begin with a 4 manifold, use it to construct a 14 manifold that behaves like a 3 manifold. You know you're in GU.
Just a moment. So you're referring to Chern-Simons theory?
And, yeah, there are two beautiful Lagrangians that are incredibly different, that both result in Euler-Lagrange equations where there's a curvature tensor. And then you called me out on this very well. I really appreciate it. I often say that something is a projection operator. You point out that it's a contraction operator, which is quite, you were correct, I'm wrong.
Cool.
My belief is that Einstein was the first person to really relate a curvature two-form to an implied gauge potential by taking his contraction operator to get the Einstein tensor, capital G mu nu, from the Riemann tensor. That thing, there's two branches, right? There's a branch that uses the star operator to do this little trick, which is called the Chern-Simons branch, and then there's the Einstein contraction. And both of those result in Euler-Lagrange equations with the curvature tensor with a contraction that gets you from two forms to one form. That's how you know you're in GU, because you're using the equivariance that's provided in having the gauge group. Like, why are we failing to quantize gravity? I claim that there are answers to this. There are people that I didn't know about until I started talking about GU, called McDowell and Mansouri, who tried to get gravity to come out of the gauge theory on potential. Now, their thing, I think, doesn't work because you don't use the space A of gauge potentials. You work on a group. By the way, there's another one. You know you're in GU when you take Einstein's unified field concept much more seriously than the need to quantize gravity. Right? In GU, unified field means something. It's algebraically unified, and the idea is you start with the inhomogeneous gauge group, and then you effectively supersymmetrize it, and that is the gauge content. So you're doing, I love this aspect, you're doing field content that is an algebraic gadget.
Boy, there's so many questions. Okay, may I linger?
Yeah. By the way, we can also do a multi-part series at some point later, but this is the teaser.
Effectively supersymmetrized.
Yeah.
So that was something that confused me before. So my understanding, and you can correct me if I'm incorrect,
Sure.
is that in the 70s there was supersymmetry.
Yes.
So I forget who invented it in 1971. In 1973 there was Wessezumino, as far as I recall.
Right.
In 1974 there was Strati and Salam, who created some wizardry or machinery called the Strati-Salam construction. Could be. Took in space-time and outputted a superfield, or took in fields and outputted a superfield, or the Poincare group.
I would say it took in an affine space and gave you an automatically supersymmetric field theory. So the idea is you didn't have to ad hoc construct an action and then check laboriously that this crazy term cancellation happens up to a surface term.
So when you say supersymmetry is in your theory,
Mhm.
I'm was thinking space-time supersymmetry because that's the only supersymmetry that exists in the literature.
Totally reject space-time supersymmetry. Yeah, by the way, what a key point, and it fits exactly what you're trying to ask earlier. Should you call something that isn't space-time supersymmetry supersymmetry? Like, I've never liked the word supersymmetry. Can't stand it.
My take would be no.
Okay.
Now you have a different take. I want to hear it.
All right. Well, one, I don't want to slight anybody who's like, McDowell and Mansouri doesn't work, and I don't want somebody telling you, oh, you're just doing a modified McDowell and Mansouri. That's like dismissive. No, they tried something that was really good, had a lot of good ideas, it failed. Okay. I also don't want to take credit for all of supersymmetry just because space-time supersymmetry doesn't work. Right? So I claim that you will never see superpartners of the type that we hypothesized would spill out of the LHC. It's not going to happen. The concept is broadly, do you want to adjoin to the Lie algebra fractional spin fields which have an algebraic pairing that land you in the Lie algebra of the honest group? And I do. But the input is not Minkowski space. Minkowski space doesn't exist. It's a fugazi, right? It's an approximation. The space of connections is a legitimate affine space. It is an affine space. It's not, okay, well, we won't ding it and put curvature into it. It's a flat space. That was always meant to be what the Salam-Strathy machine did. Now, I believe that there are supersymmetric theories that don't come from a Salam-Strathy thing. But the cool thing about Salam-Strathy, by the way, if we're mangling this name, I apologize to the Strathy fam. The cool thing about the machine is that it guarantees you that your output will have good characteristics. And so what I'm claiming is what fixes the number of generations at an effective level at 3 is the extension of the inhomogeneous gauge group to include supercharges.
Now you call them supercharges because
They're fractional spin fields that should have commuting rather than anti-commuting products that land you in the space. Look, if you want, you know the informal claim that supersymmetry, you're taking the square root of the momentum. GU says, no. That idea should be you're taking the square root of connections. You're taking the square root of the gauge potential. That's a powerful idea because the gauge potentials are typically associated with first order differential operators. So you're taking a square root, not like of a Laplacian, the way Dirac did, but you're taking a square root of a first order operator. So the thing is that I don't want to get, the reason I say supersymmetry like things is that I notice we have an epidemic of spell checkers. And if you spell like something wrong, they pretend that they can't read it and that it's garbage and that there's nothing. I don't quite know what they're going to object to. Like, there are dimensional limits on space-time supersymmetry. And then there's infinite dimensional concepts of supersymmetry. And so I don't know, if I use the phrase supersymmetry, there's this, you break it, are you saying it's supersymmetric theory? You have an action, I don't want to get into that because that's not what we need to do GU. But it's the same basic format. And I think what I'm really trying to say is I want to honor the concept of supersymmetry, which I think is a brilliant idea, which was terribly instantiated. And if it turns out that this thing works, I want to say that this is its spiritual. I want to actually not take credit for this. I think you're going to find out.
okay, so are you doing the opposite of what was being done earlier with the cloud being instantiated, where you're looking at the instantiation of space-time supersymmetry and saying supersymmetry exists here as such, and I come from here, not down here.
But I'm trying to not obliterate. Yang-Mills theory is really non-abelian Maxwell theory. Okay? We didn't do that to Dirac.
Or Maxwell's abelian Yang-Mills.
Well, what I'm trying to say is I don't have a clue how Chern-Simons became Chern-Simons-Witten without becoming Chern-Simons-Schwarz. Right? Like, Schwarz. This guy was there in the 70s. And he was one of the great intellectual feats of all time. So my claim is I think what Yang and Mills did was great by adding that A wedge A. However, isn't it funny that we don't have a concept like Dirac and Maxwell occurred at the same time in quantum electrodynamics? We have a non-abelian version of that Dirac equation. We have a non-abelian version of Maxwell's equations. We call the non-abelian version of Maxwell's equations Yang-Mills theory. We call the other thing Dirac theory as if nothing happened or changed. So this is just like we're wildly inconsistent about who we bury. This is a really interesting point. We have this idea that Einstein was in a race with Hilbert to get to the answer. This is total nonsense. The person who really should get the credit along with Einstein is not Einstein's wife, and it's not Hilbert, it's Grossman. Marcel Grossman was there in 1913, and the basic idea of GR, of general relativity, occurs in that paper. Grossman absolutely got shafted by history. We have particular people over and over again who get shafted, like Stuckelberg gets shafted.
Right.
Um, just along with the Matthew and the Matilda effects for to him who has much, much will be given, so that we have attribution magnet. There's also something that I've been trying to name for years called the Sudarshan effect. George Sudarshan was one of the absolute giants of physics, and we don't honor him. I was visiting with Kathy Fries at University of Texas at Austin. She's in his office. I was just like, oh my God, I'm in Sudarshan's office. Well, how many people recognize how much Sudarshan did because he never gets the credit, never gets a Nobel Prize for all of his great work? So I have no idea why it is that Robert Herman wasn't credited with figuring out Yang-Mills theory was bundle theory. We have this weird thing where we just don't honor things right. So I'm trying as best I can to be very, very careful about the spiritual nature of the work. The idea to take, once you have the idea that you're taking an analogy with the Poincaré group, that Lorentz becomes the gauge and the momentum becomes the gauge potentials, do you really want to claim, hey, I had this brilliant idea, I'm going to see whether it can be extended to spinners? That's not, anybody would try that. And so the thing is that I want to call it supersymmetry, like, because if it turns out to be right, I want to honor all the people who worked on supersymmetry in the wrong instantiation. And by the way, I also just think everyone should read that 1963 Dirac article in Scientific American, because he makes the point that this idea of saying, we will force you to pin yourself to one instantiation and that is your theory, that's like terrible science.
I'm starting to clear up some of the confusions I have
Go for it.
by understanding you more psychologically.
No, but you see, no, I haven't had this conversation in my life.
I see that honoring is extremely important to you,
Extremely.
and spirit is also important to you.
That's right.
But I'll also define spirit in a different manner. So spirit can be spiritual, but spirit in the way that I'm going to speak about it doesn't necessarily have to be tied to that. So you would say it's a battle between Grossman and Ehresmann, the battle for fundamental physics, something like that.
No, Riemann and Ehresmann.
Are you sure?
Well, there's Grossman versus Hilbert as the people who might have been given credit for general relativity. That's one thing.
So you see it as Grossmannian geometry versus Ehresmannian geometry, or Riemann versus Ehresmann?
It's Riemann versus Ehresmannian.
So why not Riemann versus Whitney, or versus Steenrod?
Tell me about that.
Well, if both of those were there in the early days of differential geometry, why is Ehresmann getting credit when Whitney introduced the concept of a fiber bundle before Ehresmann added G actions on it?
So I think of these, yeah, so Steenrod, Cartan, these are important names. And I'm not fetishistically saying we can do a perfect job with attribution. Whatever we do, if I was given all the time and information in the world, there's no way of naming things that's going to work exactly. So I'm not claiming we should go for perfection. But these gross injustices are offensive. So I'm trying to say I'd like to do as little violence as is practical and humanly possible. I can't stand George Zweig not being given credit for substructure of the nucleons. If I start giving a talk and I say, all right, we have 3 valence aces inside every proton and neutron, everyone will say, you mean quarks? Then they will say, oh, I remember that he called them aces and that there was a conflict, right? So for example, another one of these, I could give a talk about QCD and the theta angle, and I could say, all right, we've never actually seen Higlets in the wild, but the search for Higlets should actually be very important. Everyone would say, Higlet? Don't you mean Axion? Then they'd realize, oh yeah, there was a conflict between Weinberg and Wilczek. And I believe that Weinberg, who has many things credited to him, graciously agreed to use Frank's terminology. Because we will always remember the names of Wilczek and Weinberg, I'm less worried about that. I'm much more worried about George Zweig, whose one contribution to physics that's lasting. ended up with Murray Gell-Mann's. Now, Murray Gell-Mann was a great attribution magnet. Like some of his work really was done by Sudarshan and some by Stuckelberg and some by Zweig as well. And so there's a question about conflict, but it's very important to me for personal reasons that the Zweigs of the world are retained and remembered, even if we don't use their language, and the Sudarshans and the tiny, like we have a problem that there have been very few high-level females in math and physics. In the tiny number of instances where we can prove that we've done injustice to them, and I think Madame Wu and Emmy Noether are the two great injustices of 20th century physics. It's very important to me that we honor those people. And so, yeah, I have a personal code, a personal notion of justice, and I, in particular, just despise the debunking community. There's just this background chatter of laughing at people. And I saw that done to Terrence Howard, and I saw some of the laughter being open and some of the laughter being, I think there was a movie or something called The Game where you brought the biggest idiot to a dinner party and then everybody sort of laughed at the guffaws and mistakes that the person made at the table. It's this issue about when you see someone drink their finger bowl because they don't know what they're supposed to do. And that, I probably don't have a rational reaction. I probably have a hatred of people who do that. Because whenever I see somebody mispronounce a word, I think, wow, you learn that from reading and self-study.
Right. Let me tie in a Weinberg story with another woman in physics, Quinn.
Ellen Quinn,
Because this goes into your specification versus the spirit.
please.
And the spirit versus the text is also there biblically. You're not supposed to disregard the spirit in favor of the text.
We have a division in Judaism between the oral Torah and the written Torah. And there's a word that isn't used often enough in this way. I think pettifogging can be used as the intention of arbitraging the letter of the law against its spirit. There used to be something called a court of chancery that wasn't just about law in the sense that we mean it now. But was that fair? Was that just? Did the law anticipate how it would be wielded? And in part, it's very important to me that we destroy the debunking community as it exists today, because I think it's having terrible, terrible effects. I think we should care much less about peer-reviewed research, because peer review is actually peer injunction. Peer review is what happens when people start talking about your ideas. And I think that, quite honestly, there are so many unsung heroes that weren't strong enough to defend themselves early in their career, but I hope that the AI will read a bunch of theses and realize, oh my God, here's the injustice that we did at a scale we didn't even know was going on to people who were trying to contribute to a field and were so vulnerable that they could be killed off at the beginning of their careers. Please.
I'm going to read this, but while we're on peer review, so what people think is the injustice of peer review is that you minimize type 1 errors, false positives,
Right.
at the expense of type 2 errors. That's what peer review does, and that's what most people think is the injustice. You have a different view, but forget about that different view as you've already talked about it. What would replace peer review then? To push back on your anti-peer review rants.
I like the old system. You ask yourself the following question. If you go into Google Ngrams, you'll find that peer review does not exist as a phrase before 1965. It just doesn't. People don't know that. I show academicians, they're absolutely shocked. They're convinced that this goes back to the 1700s. What was the old system? I'm the only person bearing this torch. It was powerful editors making decisions for which they were accountable. The double helix was never peer-reviewed because it could not be peer-reviewed. And that was one of the statements that Nature made. They said, in order to give this out to anyone outside, which is external review, which was what was present in 1953 when peer review didn't exist, once you see the structure of the double helix, you can't unsee it, particularly because it gives an instantiation geometrically of the source of Chargaff's rules of equimolar relations between the nucleotides. had to go into press without an outside review. We need powerful editors who do not all agree. In particular, we can't have the only game in town. If you want to hear me get completely crazy and rant, the only game in town was a concept that occurred in the quantum gravity community. It's a quantum gravity. There is no quest but quantum gravity, and string theory, M theory, is the only game in town, to make it sound like the creed of Islam, right? Anyone found trying to say that only string theory, M theory can and should be researched at the most fundamental level, and that quantum gravity is the holy grail when there's no trace of this phrase before 1973, 72, is committing a grave ethical sin at a professional level. Now, something I never talked about before to the best of my ability to remember is something that I only heard from Richard Feynman. Richard Feynman somewhere says, I want to talk to you about ethics, but only professional ethics. I don't care what you do in your personal life, but this whole thing that we have collapses if you're not following certain rules. And I see a world in which I see Sodom and Gomorrah. That's what I see. Now, in Sodom and Gomorrah, I'm not capable of being the person that I wanted to be. I'm far too forceful. I'm far too pumped up on my own ego. People always say to me, Eric, why are you egotistical? Why are you loud? Why are you this? Why do you cut people off? You try dealing with Ed Whitten and everybody who came along with him. You're talking about the single most arrogant, insufferable, unethical approach to fundamental physics. A group of people who would murder you in your crib if you so much as suggested that quantum gravity was not the quest and that string theory, M theory was not the path. And my claim is you failed for 40 years and you've only succeeded at what the evolutionary theorists have a name for called interference competition, which is something I learned from my brother, where you make sure that your competitors can't get access to the salt licks or the fresh water in the lake so that they all starve to death. And my claim is that particular thing is a personal quest of mine to destroy the theory that came in with the idea that there is only string theory and everything else is just words, in the words of Edwin. That is professionally unethical behavior. Full stop.
I'll read a quote.
Please.
This is from a lecture. I don't recall what the lecture was on, but I wrote this quote down.
This is Helen Quinn.
Yeah, Helen Quinn was saying, she was speaking about a student of Julian Schrems, who was working on something called source field theory.
Oh, yeah.
Which was Julian's way of reformulating quantum electrodynamics. Steve, referring to Steve Weinberg, Steve didn't like the source theory. As the student began to speak, and this was the student's PhD defense, Steve began asking him questions about why source theory was valid, and Julian, the founder of source theory, was right there. Naturally, Julian jumped in to defend his students. This is something Quinn witnessed, so she's just relaying this at a lecture. She said this meant that the student didn't have to explain the theory he was working on, but could focus on explaining his own work. It turned into an argument between Steve and Julian about what constitutes a good theory. I wish I had a tape recorder, because having two Nobel Prize level physicists discussing the merits of different types of theories was extraordinary. Julian was arguing that the best theory is one that can absorb all new information. He was talking about a type of theory, a class of theories. Meanwhile, Steve was saying that you need to have an explicit realization so that you can test it and rule it out. Those are 2 points of view, and I think they're both correct. I think we need to be seen in the context of what we mean when we say a theory.
With the help of zero accounting software, I've got the right information at my fingertips. So business is a breeze. And I've got bigger plans. Search zero with an X.
You know I'm never afraid to lay it on thick. Like with my 100% beef patty melt with 2 melty cheeses and grilled onions all on my famous toasted sourdough. It's beefy, it's melty, and it's fat. Starting at $4.99. It's so much more. Welcome to Taco Bell.
If a patient takes the proper preventive measures, we can keep our enamel for a lifetime. If patients use Pronamel, clinical enamel strength, it will actually help to protect the enamel for a lifetime. So patients.
Today we are covering what they didn't teach you in school about.
Do we mean a theory or do we mean a type of theory?
That is a sophisticated scientist. It is absolutely important that we have the scientific method to get rid of wrong instantiation. And it is absolutely imperative that we have the Dirac method to keep good ideas where an instantiation has been invalidated. And my private language for this, which is not as exalted as the great Helen Quinn, is right three-way, wrong exit. The two great ideas of the 1970s were supersymmetry and grand unified theory, and both of them were correct. Right freeway, we took the wrong exit on both. We drove the wrong conclusion because of the simplistic relationship. And, look, there's an entirely different ethics of science that involves who's allowed to take on how much technical debt. And I'll say somebody I don't really get along with very much with this said something brilliant on your podcast. He said, I don't really like the demarcation to call people pseudoscientists, which is basically to impugn their character on their mind and their sophistication. He says, I just like to say that things are not good science. And this is great. And then again, on your, I don't think you really realize how much is happening that is happening nowhere else on your podcast. Because then Leonard Susskind talking to you about Peter Woy when you said, well, if you don't know these theories that you're claiming don't exist, I would be happy to explain them to you, which has never happened. I've never seen that interaction. So what's amazing then is that you have Susskind on camera saying that Peter Woy's physics and math is just bad. Now, I really appreciate that statement because it is so laughably stupid and obviously wrong. Peter Woy's mathematics, that book he wrote on group representations in quantum theory, Leonard Susskind wishes on his best day that he could write a book like that. Leonard Susskind has written some great books. He's had some great ideas. But he's not what he thinks he is. And this is another thing people don't know about me. I tend to be very polite to people up until there's like one of these transgressions where they're just mean or wrong or they do something. I would never have said what I said about Ed Witten if Ed Witten hadn't misbehaved. If Leonard Susskind hadn't misbehaved by saying that Peter Woy's mathematics is bad, I wouldn't say Leonard Susskind is not the mathematician that Peter Woy is. He's never written a book as good as Peter Woy's book on group symmetry and quantum theory.
You mean rigorously?
It's also just poetry, the pedagogy, the fact that he standardized all these different concepts. It's like Jared Diamond writing Guns, Germs, and Steel. There are books. People always ask me, like, what are your favorite books? They want to hear Moby Dick or, Tale of Two Cities. And it's like, there's White's book on group theory and quantum theory. There's Woodhouse's geometric quantization. There's Bess's Einstein manifold. Like, these are great books. Spin Geometry by Lawson and Michelson. I want the movie rights. These are some of the greatest books of all time. Peter Woy, who knew that Peter Woy was one of the great physics expositors of our time? I didn't. I know Peter pretty well. Yeah, I would love to debate Leonard Susskind on that. And by the way, then you asked about Eric Weinstein. Said I have no idea who that is. It's so funny. I'm sitting next to Leonard after talking to him at Stanford at a Natty Seiberg lecture. These guys pretend that you don't talk to them. I have no idea what this is. It's like it's a theater troupe.
I want to know what you think of this classification.
Please.
There's pop academics, which are those who give lectures to the public and engage in popular science. Sean Carroll's of the sort.
Sean Carroll, in some of his instantiation, is in that world. But there's also Sean Carroll, who came up with a version of Chern-Simon's theory where you violate Lorentz invariance and you have a vector field that's non-vanishing on 4 space to try to move 3-dimensional to 4-dimensional techniques. So Michio Kaku is a pop guy, but he wrote this book on string theory that's quite.
And also helped invent string field theory.
I know.
So string theory has a problem with not being non-perturbative.
Yep.
And string field theory is non-perturbative.
So there's a serious Michio Kaku we haven't seen for years. So like one of the memes is Michio Kaku is out of. Get Michio Kaku in here with me. Like that's a meme in this little physics space. Yeah. Michio Kaku is a serious person and a non-serious person. Sean Carroll is a serious person and a popularizer. Okay, keep
Okay,
going.
so I'm saying there's a pop academic,
Yeah.
and then there's also the gym rat academic. What I mean is the person who's just, I don't want to speak to the public. There's no sense. Why am I going to engage in a podcast? I'm just here to do my work. Nima or Connie Hamed is of that sort. Why do I have to engage? He will engage, but he's thinking, I'm just going to do research.
Although within academics, to an audience of academics, he's the great showman of our time. Keep going.
What has the reception of GU been like? That's different between the top academics versus the gym rat or closed door academics.
GU, well, there's two things. There's GU and there's me. Some doors are closed to me because people know that I work for Peter Thiel. I'm just going to be honest about it. Their idea is you've worked for the devil. Never mind that I don't see Peter as the devil. Their point is you work for pure evil, therefore you are a far right. You're practically a KKK member. Good day. That's one of the reactions to me and to GU. There isn't. If you look at what, let's say, Stefan Alexander or Ed Frankel or Marcus de Sotoy or Brian Keating or my hosts at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, if I showed you on my phone me with all sorts of top tier academics, you'd say, wow, you're clearly having all these conversations with top people. And it's true. Nobody gives it the time it takes. Like, I assume that you found that even though it's weirdly a simple idea, it takes forever to get some of this stuff across. So the typical thing is if I'm invited into an academic department, they won't apportion enough time. They won't say, why don't you give a series of 4 lectures? So everything's always an hour. Then you're trying to figure out how to sort of do all of the universe in an hour, which is impossible. At least I don't know how to do it. I would say that there are tons of top academics who are interested and will talk. Nobody has digested enough of it. It requires, at some point, some top person who, in good standing with the community, will say, I think there's way more here. And that will change everything.
I think what you said is key. Some top person.
Yep.
Because it doesn't matter if it's a person. There's a hierarchy.
Yep.
So one of the reasons Peter White is not looked favorably upon in the string circles, generally speaking, is not because his critiques are invalid, but because they think, who are you to be saying that?
Which is very interesting because, first of all, whether you know it or not, let me ask you, would you agree that Peter White's blog is the most read blog in all of physics?
I'd say he's top 2.
Okay, what's the other one?
Sabine?
Okay, so both of these people are known to know physics. Now, I agree and disagree with both of them, as humans do. But lots of people read Peter White's blog for the physics, not for the critique of string theory.
Note there's also Scott Harrison's blog, though it's not exactly a physics blog, it's more about quantum computing. I spoke to Peter White, Savina, and Scott on this podcast several times, and the links are in the description.
And they won't admit that they take Peter White very seriously. So we have this very weird thing about people sneaking off to go read Not Even Wrong, and then say, well, of course I frown on the negative view of physics or this low level of understanding. Obviously, Peter White is a very serious mind. He's a PhD physicist. Who the hell is trying to get away with saying this guy's an Indian? It's weird. I'm sorry, I get emotional because it's like you're benefiting from the blog and you're lying about your colleague. Sabina, everybody knows what her. Before you get to what she says should or shouldn't happen, she's talking about the crisis in physics that Sean Carroll denies is happening. Wouldn't it be logical? Like, when have we ever seen the top people, as thought about from inside the field, interacting with the top critics? Effectively, almost never happens, and every time something like that happens, I was put on a panel with Brian Greene. I told the organizers, Brian Greene will drop off of this panel. And immediately, Brian Greene drops off of the panel. And I said, okay, I've come all the way from England, all the way to England so that Brian can phone in from his office. And then I say, are we going to set an empty chair? Should we talk about the fact that Brian Greene is going to vanish from this? I think the tastemakers occur for a reason that we don't like to talk about. In our time, there arose one tastemaker. And I can tell you this because when I went and talked about GU, this is probably no longer true. The GU has been around since like 84, 85. It wasn't as complete, but the core ideas were forming then. Whenever I tried to talk about it, people would say, what does Ed say? Have you talked to Ed? What's Ed's thought? I said, well, what do you say? Ed was so dominant at that point that no one wanted to venture an opinion lest they find themselves on the wrong side of the world's greatest intellect. So you weren't getting 100 different opinions. You were getting 100 different people trying to guess which way Ed would go. And that's unhelpful. Like, I'd rather say what I thought and find out, yeah, Ed's right again, I'm wrong. But that's not what happened. What happened was we created a world that was afraid to disagree with the top person. And Nima has been incredibly kind to me. He invited my son and I into the Institute of Advanced Study to meet with him, and he just couldn't have been more constructive and a better advocate for physics. He's our top, in many ways, Nima is our top guy. He stayed true to actual physics. I think all of his theories have ended up sort of wrong. I could be wrong about that. But he's honest and he's genuine and he's trying. And he's a great showman. He's a great advocate. Brilliant as the day is long. Toronto product.
Oh, right, yeah. He was in U of T with my brother.
Yeah, he said this thing to me. He said, it doesn't really matter where you go. It just matters that you solve lots of problems. Solve as many problems as you can and enjoy life doing it. By the way, Nima is also perfectly happy to be heretical. Like, Nima will talk about negative energy and Casimir states and negative mass and the Casimir effect. All of these wonderful things. And that's not at all, there's a very small number of people who achieve top status outside of string theory, M theory. And, Lisa Randall might be one. Nima would be another. So this thing was absolutely brutal. It was V. Byrne, actually, and the double copy stuff, even if it came from string theory, somebody who needs to be promoted. Yeah, when you ask, like, what's the reception? It's not what I would expect. I just gave a talk at Hebrew University, and the first thing I say is, here's the formula for the dark energy. Like, I write down a formula, and I say, from this new DESI experiment that if it continues, there isn't a cosmological constant, it's variable. And it's already a problem that the cosmological constant would be so many orders of magnitude lower than it should be, right? So what if there's a term that can respond? Imagine that you set T mu to the stress energy tensor equal to 0. If there's a capital G mu nu curvature tensor, Einstein curvature, then you need the dark energy term to go up and down with it, right? You need it to be able to achieve a VEV, if you will. The reason that we're stuck with the cosmological constant is that there's an automatic identity inside of the Einstein curvature, which is that the full Riemann curvature has a Bianchi identity. The contracted version, the Einstein tensor, is what has the divergence free due to the Bianchi identity. Therefore, set T mu nu equal to 0, throw the dark energy term to the other side. It better have an automatic differential equation because it's equal to something that has one. Okay, so now the only equation, there are only three real tensors. Again, say something slightly inaccurate. There are only three real tensors in Riemannian geometry. There's the metric tensor, there's the torsion tensor, and there's the curvature tensor.
Sure.
Curvature tensor is used by Einstein to do gravity. The torsion tensor is the weak sister that never makes it to the big dance. So all you've got is G mu nu, and it's got one equation, which is that it's annihilated by its own Levi-Civita connection. Therefore, all you can do is put a lambda in front of that so that the divergence has a product rule. The derivative of lambda with G mu nu left alone plus lambda times the derivative of G mu nu. If the derivative of G mu nu dies, that means that the only thing that you can count on is that the derivative of lambda has to die. That is what doomed Einstein to having to include this goddamn term in his equation, which he never liked because it was just, there were three terms. There was the beautiful term, there was the greatest blunder term, and then there was the cheap wood relative to the pure marble, which was what the stress energy tensor was, as he described it.
And torsion.
Well, the torsion isn't in the Einstein field equations because of the Palatine, the fact that if you open yourself up to torsion, then the Euler-Lagrange doesn't select for it. So the reason was that, so one of the contentions, you know you're in GU when instead of using the torsion, you think about contorsion. And then instead of using contorsion,
Contortion is not called contortion to me. What is it called? What do I call it?
what do you call it?
I don't know, because you're using a different term.
Okay, so if you take the
Displacement tensor? Displacement torsion
we haven't
tensor?
gotten to distortion yet. Torsion is something involving some commutation of x and y vector fields, as you've seen in Riemannian geometry. Then there's an equivalent,
Augmented torsion.
but that's the thing I'm introducing. We haven't gotten there yet. Contorsion isn't something I've introduced.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, great. My understanding, again, I've been out of academics for a long time, so maybe I'm screwing it up. If I have a bundle and I have a Levi-Civita connection, I can ask for what's the difference between any connection and the Levi-Civita connection. That has to be an add value 1 form. That is called the contorsion, and you can get the regular torsion from the contorsion or the contorsion from the regular. In other words, they have equivalent.
I didn't know that had a name.
Yeah, I believe that, and this is stuff that nobody knows, so I'm going to be a little bit careful. I believe that the torsion and contorsion have three separate representational theoretic components. So the add in the add value 1 form is lambda 2. And the 1 form, valued in the 2 forms, breaks into a sum of 3 irreducible representations under a Lorentz group. That thing, if you take different proportions of them, 1 proportion combination is the torsion, 1 proportion combination is the contorsion. They're equivalent. Neither one of those works. And so the whole one, you know you're in geometric unity when you use the gauge rotated Levi-Civita connection in what would be the contorsion instead of the torsion tensor, because that thing has incredible invariance properties and equivariance properties under the gauge group acting on the inhomogeneous gauge group.
Do I know that as the tilted gauge group?
The tilted gauge group, I love this, tilted gauge group, the Terra, for our Hindi-speaking friends, gauge group, is mapped in by this, what I now call tau sub plus. And you can multiply on the right, or you can multiply on the left by the inverse so that you get a right action on both sides. You can take the double coset construction. The double coset of the inhomogeneous gauge group by the proper tau tilted homomorphisms acting on both sides results in something equivalent to A mod G, which is what the McDowell Mansouri people didn't understand. They started with the wrong space. Again, I want to honor them. Look, I found this without knowing about them, but they had a piece of the puzzle, you know? And so this thing has a beautiful differential equation that allows it to be the analog of divergence free.
Let me see if I understand this.
Sure.
So, the inhomogeneous gauge group,
Right.
double cosetted by the tau subscript plus,
Yeah.
which I forgot what I called it. Doesn't matter.
The tilted homomorphism.
Is isomorphic to A mod G.
Yeah. Think about it as this.
It's isomorphic to A mod G, or there's some extra
If you want to
structure.
get technical, there's two different, because there are multiple homomorphisms. But think about this. A semi-direct product topologically is a Cartesian product. It's just the algebra that's the semi-direct. Okay, so what if you had G cross, or G,
Now you're speaking of a group G.
yes, thank you for keeping me honest. So you have a gauge group, Cartesian product with the space of add valued one forms. Up to an origin, add valued one forms is the same as the space of connection. So first start with the inhomogeneous gauge group, realize that that's equivalent to gauge group, Cartesian product, gauge potentials. Realize that the gauge potentials are equivalent to the space of connections. So therefore, that's the whole inhomogeneous gauge group is equal to gauge group, Cartesian product, connections. Now mod out by G, just try to cancel the G. So G mod G goes away. Now you're left with an A. Now you're mod out by another G, and you get A mod G. You know you're in GU when A mod G is replaced by the double coset of the inhomogeneous gauge group by its own tilted subgroup. And you know you're in GU when the dark energy term, which is the cosmological constant times the metric, is replaced by bar pi, an add valued one form, minus the epsilon gauge transformation inverted, counter rotating the exterior derivative coupled to the Aleph connection applied to the epsilon gauge transformation, sort of the Mora-Cartan form. That thing is what solves the cosmological constant problem in GU. Now it's just a VEV. Now your only question is, why is it so flat where I live? Because you have this different term that doesn't have to be constant.
Look, Eric, I have this geometric unity iceberg. I can see the reaction from the comments and people who email me. It comprises professors, lay people, researchers, graduate students, in string theory, by the way, and in not string theory. So it's not as if string theorists don't like you or you don't like string theorists as a whole. But I don't know what the reaction to GU or the iceberg, GU itself, is in the academic world. I know what the reaction is like from the pop academics that we've talked about earlier. And most people see pop academics just by definition because they're popular. They're the people who put themselves out in the public. But that's a biased set. So one can't generalize and say academics think X about GU because pop academics think X about GU. And that's even provided that pop academics think X about GU. So what is it like behind closed doors?
I would say that for the most part, I take a tremendous number of high-level academic meetings with people at the very top of the field. So I frequently go to seminars at Caltech, at UCLA. I meet with people afterwards. I could name names. I choose not to at the moment, but names everybody would know. The dominant reaction to GU, by the way, is silence. People don't know what to make of something this crazy, this bold, and it draws on a skill set. The number of people who both know the standard model cold still and still think in like bundle geometric terms, is about zero. You can, here's an exercise for your listeners. Put in the term vector bundle, you'll get hundreds of thousands of hits on Google. Put in the term CKM matrix, which is a reference to the standard model, and then require both of them with a plus sign before the quotation marks. And it drops to 3 digits. In other words, the number of people who are in contention to be working on the standard model is now vanishingly small. That is in part the problem, is that nobody who's thinking in vector bundle terms in physics is really focused on the standard model. They're mostly in string theory or maybe some very high-end GR stuff. Most of the people thinking about the CKM matrix have no idea really what vector bundles are other than something they saw when they were graduate students. So in general, the major note is silence. The only group that is really vocal is the negative pop sci people, the negative pop academic people. Some of them aren't even in math or physics. And their thought is, well, this is obviously garbage because it has the following characteristics. You've got somebody who's, close to 60 years old, is not in an academic seat, making crazy claims, very large. And this is a classic failure mode of something going wrong psychologically. So, yeah, that's what their point is. Well, if you're avoiding the archive, you're avoiding submitting to journals, the only reason for that is you're hungry for clicks and trying to make a fortune bamboozling the public. So I want to say that so that they hear, do you imagine I can't see you on the internet? Okay, how many of you understand what the standard model gauge group is and understand vector bundles and have looked at the various theories so that you have an idea of what Peter Voigt and string theory and Luke Poincaré, like, this is a group that doesn't exist. So more or less what you're seeing is you're seeing people trying to make a heuristic distinction about, well, it violates these heuristics. So if you're not going to play by the rules, we're going to treat you like a crank. And I would say that there's some reflection of that in math and physics departments. But there's also, if you listen to the way I speak when I'm talking mathematics, which is rarely, people don't usually see me in this. Well, fine. If you don't like what I'm saying, I would imagine you'd take issue with it on a blackboard.
Why is the third generation the imposter generation? Because when you do the decomposition, it looks like the first generation's the one that's different than the latter two.
Well, it depends what you call first, second, and third. So the claim is that you're looking at zero forms tensor spinners, direct sum one forms tensor spinners. Okay? So I call zero forms tensor spinners the first generation. Now, it could turn out to be not right, but I believe that's the way it'll go. The second generation would be what you get by taking a direct contraction, which you call the trace.
Gamma traceless.
I don't know if that's the right language. Is it?
No, I don't know.
I don't know either.
It was my understanding
I know.
of your
But that's why, like
understanding.
you were saying to me before, that Eric, you misportray a contraction as a projection, and I'm saying, yeah, this is what happens. We're fumbling.
I see.
So you say that in analogy, the gamma trace part, where you take a one-form tensor spinner and you contract the one form against it using Clifford multiplication, is that I would call that the second generation. You called it the gamma trace.
I see.
And then you started with the gamma traceless as the second generation, which I didn't think I said. So it's a little bit of a discrepancy between you and me, which is great because this is because it's real. Like, we're trying to develop something and you're making a point where there's confusion of language. And I want to show that this is a process as opposed to I hand you the perfect finished thing. It is flawless.
Yeah, sure.
So the claim is first generation is spinner's tensor zero forms. Second is one form's tensor spinners contracted across the tensor product.
Just a moment. Would you say that it's zero forms valued in spinners?
It's just spinner fields, but in order to make it consistent,
I see.
like I would never have introduced zero form valued spinners, except I know that one form valued spinners are in the mix. So then I have to point out that it is true that ordinary spinner fields can be technically and pedantically called zero forms valued in the spinner. So you have zero form valued spinners. That's the first generation. Then I claim the second generation is what you get when you take one form valued spinners and you Clifford multiply across the tensor product, right? And it's all of those things that I guess it would be the inverse image,
You Clifford multiply what though?
the spinner with the one form,
Okay.
because you have a metric. That piece, which is equivalent to the spinners, so you're looking for the
You got it, Eric.
I'm going to screw up the kernel, co-kernel, all this kind of stuff. The easy thing to say is the third generation piece, which is the kernel of that map, right? And then the issue is what is the complement to the kernel? That would be the second generation. That's what you're calling the trace. The trace and the traceless. Yeah. Gamma trace.
So these all look different. So why are you saying that two of these are equivalent in some manner?
Because at the representation theoretic level, two of them are equivalent and the third is not an equivalent representation. But you can have two groups, you can have two group representations at the level of a subgroup that are isomorphic, which at the level of where they came from in the total group are not isomorphic. I think sometimes this may be called, we should check me, lepton universality, where you believe that you have to be technically, this isn't much discussed, but we don't know whether these three generations that we have will continue to be identical up to mass as the energy scale increases. So I'm claiming two of them will, one of them will not. That's like a prediction. You know you're in GU when you actually have predictions about what the remaining matter is to be found and how it would behave if you went to higher and higher groups rather than just broken subgroups.
Okay, let's speak about predictions.
Yeah.
Suppose someone wanted to know something concrete. Like, tell me what happens when two electrons scatter.
First of all, I'm not the best person to answer that question. Sabina made an excellent point. She said, look, there are only three places to find new physics. Again, Sabina, if I don't get this exactly right, forgive me. One place is you can have things that are incredibly massive and require energies that we've never gotten to. So we wouldn't see them because we haven't gotten to enough energy equivalents to the mass that we actually see the objects. Another thing that can happen is that things can be so weakly coupled that we can barely detect them. Neutrinos are all but dark matter. They're very weakly coupled. They're not, the ones we see aren't massive, but so both of those are things. Then the third one is the most interesting, which is effects that you only get to see in special configurations. So that would be like Eddington waiting for the moon to pass in front of the sun and getting in the right place to see the effect of bending the light of distant stars. Or the Bohm-Aronoff effect, which showed how did we get so far into the story of electromagnetism we didn't even know that we had it wrong.
So it's accessible at low energies, it just requires some novel constructions.
Yeah, that one's also funny because it's really a classical effect, but it's quantum detected. Right? So one thing I didn't know, because I'm not a physicist, is that there's this thing called a phenomenologist. I didn't know what a phenomenologist was. I just thought they were people who were closer to the standard model. I think what a phenomenologist is a bridge object between the pure theory community and the experiment community, where the pure theorists are not really good at saying you should build a calorimeter that does this. You know,
So the phenomenologists have the trickiest job.
don't they? And I think they're kind of,
You have to speak both languages.
they have to speak both languages, and they're not highly visible. Like Brian Keating makes an excellent point that almost everyone you hear of from in the popular version of physics is a theorist. And he said, what about the experimentalists? Brian, am an experimentalist. Well, the theorists are broken into two categories, and we never really hear from the phenomenologists. So I agree. And I didn't understand this. Like things I got wrong in life, I didn't understand. I'm not supposed to be asking questions. But I can tell you the effects that I think you should look for. I don't think the world is chiral. You know you're in GU when your theory is not chiral. Like one of the critiques of my theory is that I have a chiral anomaly, which I find funny because it is not chiral. But nobody notices it, by the way. Now,
You could still have an intermediate chiral structure, though.
sure, but you have an effective theory, right? So the idea is that
Or an anomalous triangle diagram, or an inconsistent regularization procedure.
so GU is not chiral, but it has to produce a chiral world because at an effective level, nature is chiral. So what you have is you have a field of then in the Dirac-like operator, again, this Dirac-Verita-Schwinger thing that comes up to meet the scalar curvature in the Einstein equation analog of GU. So GU has what he claims is an improved Einstein equation. Therefore, there is like Riemannian curvature in it. It coaxes this thing out of the vacuum that then plays the role of a fundamental mass scale. So what happens when things flatten out? Scalar curvature drops and the masses drop. If the mass drops sufficiently, then a Dirac type operator decouples into Weyl type operator. So the claim is that what we have is we have a non-chiral world where there were two chiral halves that were coupled because of a Vev, and then when gravity gets low enough, what I believe you have is you have a decoupling into matter sectors that what we call luminous will be connected to matter that is currently dark when gravity becomes strong enough. By the way, this is like a mathematician trying to sound cool, but like that's what I think the equation said.
Dirac, Verita, Schwinger.
Yeah.
There's a complex and there's an operator.
Let's take a Durham complex where d squared equals 0 on a manifold. And let's put a bundle on top of that manifold with a connection. Let's imagine the connection is flat. So we've tensored this bundle, this vector bundle, with the Durham complex with a flat connection. D squared will continue to be 0. Now let's say, okay, let's relax the flatness condition. D squared is no longer equal to 0. D squared actually becomes definitionally the curvature.
Okay.
Right? Because you need to go from I forms to I plus 2 forms. And instead of it being a second order differential operator, it's a 0th order differential operator, equivalent to a degree 2 form valued in the adjoint bundle, which is the curvature.
Okay.
Yeah. So sometimes in such situations, you're like, oh no, that ruined my complex. The curvature, which I love, ruined the complex structure of the tensored Durham complex. So what do? You say, okay, I'm going to roll it up into an operator. Instead of having a multi-step complex, I'm just going to say, let's take even forms on one side, odd forms on the other, and I'll map the even forms up via D, and I'll map them down via D star, both coupled to a connection. So now you get a one-step operator rather than a multi-step operator. It's not a complex. But that thing would be the Durham complex, the best you can do with the Durham complex with a vector bundle tensored with it where the connection was not trivial, which did not have trivial curvature rather than said. So this is a rolled up complex that normally one would find on a 3 manifold. Remember I said that you're in GU when a 4 manifold births a 14 manifold which behaves like a 3 manifold? There are two ways that happens. You pointed to one of them, which is, oh, you mean Chern-Simons. That was part of the truth, but then there's a second part of the truth. Only on a 3 manifold do I get a cheap version of a complex that has 0 forms to 1 forms, 1 forms to 2 forms, 2 forms to 3 forms. All right, so there are 3 non-trivial steps in that complex. This one goes 0 forms to 1 forms, 1 forms to 2 forms, but the 2 forms then get contracted to D minus 1 forms, and then the D minus 1 forms get taken to D forms. So if you put those together, it looks like a 3 complex because you cut out almost all of the middle of the Durham sequence. Right? Now, that gadget gets rolled up. And that's what this direct Farita-Schwinger operator is all about. That's what the fermion sector looks like. And by the way, the idea that I haven't heard any commentary on this idea at all. It's just weird. It's like, here is a bold, clear idea. Take the 14 manifold, and that 14 manifold has a chimeric bundle, which is equivalent to the tangent and the cotangent bundles. In fact, it's semi-canonically equivalent, and is endowed with natural metric information. So you can build spinners without ever making a metric choice. Okay? That guy, because you can build spinners, you can think of that as a bundle with a U64, 64 structure group. And what we're going to do is we're going to take the Durham complex on that thing, which would normally have degree 0, degree 1, degree 2, 3, 4, all the way up to 14 before it died. So it'd have 15 different terms, 14 different operators. You're going to cut out almost all of them in the middle. So you're going to go 0 to 1 to 13 to 14 and then die. So how did you get from 2 to 13? Oh, well, you took 2.
Yes.
You did a contraction. That got you back to 1. Yeah. And then you did a star. And so that thing, when rolled up, has that 0 in the southeast corner of the of a 2x2 matrix of operators, which is what I think will be found to be a seesaw mechanism. So there's a wonderful book by Michael Atiyah called The Physics and Geometry of Knots. And you see this complex in that book. So the reason that the 14 manifold behaves like a 3 manifold, 3 is magical, just a magical dimension. There's the bosonic magic, which is Chern-Simons-like theories. And there's the fermionic magic, which is that you roll up this very simple thing. And that's what leads to 3 generations.
Do you still have the D squared property in this complex that's only 3 to 4 long?
This is something I've never said anywhere. There is a new D squared, I think it's acyclic, crazy beautiful complex that if you have 2 connections, I created and have never released to anyone. I haven't even mentioned it because it's gonna engender more confusion. But suffice it to say, there's something that looks like, oh God, what is it? DA F sub B for the second connection, identity DB. I think that's the 4 entries. Oh, sorry, there are 2 negative signs in the second column. So there is a new D squared, which is unbelievable. And one of the coolest things about this is that on shell, where the equations get satisfied, a complex is birthed. So if you think about it, and this is more with my old math buddies. My interpretation is that the Einstein condition is a cohomological condition.
Okay.
Because what it says is the curvature has some special property. But if the curvature is the obstruction to d squared equaling 0, then maybe on shell what that's telling you is that a new cohomologies theory is born on shell. So you're going to get a modularized space of connections, and then you can look at the kernel and co-kernel of a cohomology theory on that space, and you get this gorgeous structure. But the thing is that, look, I went into math to avoid string theory. And, there's just this very weird story, which I couldn't sort out in my mind, where I was a 17-year-old kid at the University of Pennsylvania who went to a lecture of Ed Witten on string theory in 1980, seemingly 3. But Ed Witten doesn't give a lecture on string theory until 1984 after the Green-Schwarz anomaly cancellation. And in this story, where I'm clearly lying, I switched my major from physics to math because I can see the effect that he's just had on a room full of physicists where suddenly everyone has given up, like instant learned helplessness. And I never told that story because it's clearly time inconsistent. Like, I'm in my sophomore year. I'm in college only for 3 years. I'm in my sophomore year when the Green-Schwarz anomaly cancellation happens, but I've already changed my major. I'm reading Peter Woit's book about this period of time. And he says Witten doesn't begin to get interested in this until the Green-Schwarz anomaly cancellation. But he actually gives his first lecture on string theory in 1983 at a conference on grand unification. I read this and I just think, you're kidding me. Tell me where this conference was. This conference was held at the University of Pennsylvania. I am the only 17-year-old in that room. I'm the youngest person to see the beginning. I'm almost 60 right now as we speak, 59. I'm the youngest person on earth to see the birth of the Witten era of string theory. I'm the only person who can report accurately of what it's like to be an undergraduate and watch as the theoretical physicists in this room lose their minds because God is in the room saying things that are so incredible, claims that are so strong from a position of so much understanding and wisdom that nobody wants to oppose it. And I just looked at this and I said, I cannot go into this field. This is going to take over everything.
Gosh, man, there's many questions that I have. Pages and pages of questions. Come before.
I'll come for several days. We'll do whatever you want to do. But may I say something? I think we're making history right now.
Tell me more.
So all these questions, what was it like to be in the room where nobody had heard these stories? Like, there's so much of my life that lives only in my head because everyone's still trapped about, like, so wait a minute, you think the world is 14-dimensional? Why do we only see 4? Like, that's sort of the level of my life. I never get to the real part of my life. My whole life has been lived alone. This is really creepy in a weird way. I'm having a discussion about something real. This doesn't happen. Let's go.
Earlier when you said that we have 3 generations, that 2 of them have the same representation, but one doesn't. See, physicists tend to mix up the word representation with representation space. Mathematicians tend to be more careful about that. The representation is the map that goes from the group to GLV,
Yeah.
or the endos if you're on the algebra.
Great.
But representation space is the V.
So we have a triple, we have a group, we have a space, and we have a map from the group into the automorphisms of the space. So let's call that a representation. Very good.
So when you said that they have different representations, do you mean the representation spaces are the same for 2 of them, but not the third? Or what?
You're asking the right question. So let's back all the way up if we're going to do it from a math perspective. A breaking of a representation is a group, a subgroup, an initial representation of the ambient group, into the automorphisms of some space, usually a vector space. When you break from an irreducible representation or an easily presented tensor product of representations to a subgroup, very often something that was irreducible breaks into smaller irreducible subcomponents, yes, of the smaller subgroup. The claim that I am making is the spinners that we see, the 16-dimensional complex internal quantum numbers tensored with the two complex dimensional Weyl spinners. As we go to the higher and higher groups in GU, what you're going to see is those dimensions of the spaces won't change. You will see something that looks like dark matter coming out of its non-luminous phase and being connected and coupled to the luminous matter at higher gravity regimes. That's my interpretation of
Higher gravity regime just means higher curvature?
high curvature. Yeah. Really what I'm thinking of is high curvature, but I'm trying to sound like
Okay.
But the thing is that there are two, even without high curvature, there are two spaces of fermions that we haven't seen in GU. There's spin 3/2 fermions that are really weird because, so they'll appear to be spin 3/2 on the four manifold we know and love, tensored with a 16 complex dimensional space that'll look like the standard model fermion, except it will be conjugated. So that's a prediction. You know you're in GU, and GU makes the prediction that there will be spin 3/2 matter coupled to a 16-dimensional vector space that looks awfully familiar, but that the parity is sort of reversed and flipped. And then you're going to have an additional collection of spin 1/2 fermions that are coupled to, I forget, it's 144 complex dimensional vector space that nobody's ever seen. And the third generation of fermions that we see that's also spin 1/2, will combine with that when the group rises from this broken SU3 cross SU2 cross U. So there will be a grand unification at a petit salon level. That's where the observed leptons, the electron and the electron neutrino, become the fourth color of the quarks for the SU4 that contains the SU3, which is really spin 6, but never mind. And then you're going to see all these other particles you've never seen before. And so the physicist trying to dismiss the theory says, great, you're making a prediction, tell me something, why haven't we seen these particles? You have a mass, right? I don't really know. But we didn't see the third generation of particles for a while. Ravi was the one who said, why is there a second generation of particles? I assume that there's a mass prohibition because a lot of these things are electrically charged. So yeah, there's a hidden, I think it's 144 dimensional complex representation that'll be tensored with spin 1/2 Weyl spinners. And it will combine with the third generation.
Eric, it's a pleasure, man. I could keep talking to you for another couple hours, well, probably a few.
Weeks.
Yeah. I think we'll have at least another podcast on GU that will be more in depth, as mentioned.
And also, it wasn't fair to you, so maybe you're going to want to do it more structured.
Well, that's fine. I mean, that's like 5 hours of notice. I haven't had time to prepare for this, but take care, man.
Hey, really, really great to be here. And by the way, thanks for really taking an interest in this. I learned a great deal from watching your video.
Okay. Enlighten me. What did your observation map tell you?
I can tell you what I learned. I think I'm less interested in giving you like A minus, B plus, all that kind of stuff. I had no idea that this was so difficult because I just remember all of the little problems along the way that I was trying to tackle. So
A tear gas canister. And the guy in front of me wouldn't.
Nikon tools complete every repair without giving an inch. Only at Harbor Freight.
Get hooked up on everyday spending with Cash App offers.
Somebody's gonna need some. We have questions off the back. Like an answer on anybody's off feed.
Okay.
Crystal, thank you for the Venmo.
Steve from the fire side, the fire emergency contact. So there was two phone numbers we contacted, but we were unable to get a hold of any RT. And at 3:29, that's when we can request Florida. Just FYI. And before 23 plus 3
Thank you, Greeners, for the membership. There's one more place I'm gonna take us.
When we're working across the river, and then I told Kathleen,
So we can't go left. This is still blocked off over here. And then the highway is still blocked off.
Any news about it that came out for popping up the Arco gas station, enter the first question following. Section 326 already from 18.
I think I know a different way to go.
27 watch for facility.
I'm gonna cut underneath the train station. Buses. This is a sketchy area over here. Adrian, keep up the good work. Stay safe. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight.
375 watch duration stuff.
Wait, 75 watch to show you to 6 at 251 E6 Street at the Lugo Cortez. Is Orchid Command 1608902 please. On the tree track tomato right above Victoria Blue Jeans. School trains is reaching out here at 491.
There's one more place I'm gonna take everybody before I shut this stream down. It's a little bonus material for everybody that stayed up this late. Hopefully we can get it. Here's the
This is Tony Cortez with Semi Valley for Central Division.
Los Angeles County Men's Central Jail. South Pasadena. South Pasadena Foundation. Thank you so much. Thank you for that. Elevator rescue just came out in the valley.
15, Roger.
Thirty-one MP 523, 31 MP 523, your status.
Bridge 2, A George 2, come in.
It just got so quiet. The helicopter is still doing circles around the top of City Hall.
Still at Union Station or back to the
Code 1. Take anyone like that, right?
You can see the helicopter right there at 11 o'clock. When I started the stream tonight, I think it was around 10 p.m.-ish. This was the intersection where it was going down. They even have a cop staged over here on the right. Oh, because there's two burning dumpsters in the road. Hold on, we'll take a look at this too. This security guard is getting $7.99 gas in front of me. Bro, there's way cheaper places to get gas. Why would you do that? This place is $7.99. And there's always people here doing it. I don't know why. Oh shit, this is Sketchville over here. Even with that cop behind me, it's still scary. I'll show you the dumpsters here. Got a shot of the cop getting some video of the dumpsters burning. Who's he gonna show that video to? He's like, you say LA's a dumpster fire? Check out this video. This area right here on the right, this is one of the oldest, well, I think it's one of the oldest areas in LA. That little restaurant's been there for a long time. This is right across from Union Station. Ryan Beelman, thank you so much, bro. Coming in with the last second swish. Brian, thank you, man. I don't deserve that, but thank you. I'm still seeing some cops over by City Hall, but we're gonna go check out one more thing. And I'm still seeing a lot of cops over the 101 on Broadway. Okay, check it out. We have this area all to ourselves. This was a spicy area on Friday night. They were doing some ICE deportation things in Paramount/Compton, and then people were like, "Oh, it's going down in Chinatown," And so we came down here, and that was our first taste of the tear gas. It was on the one block over to the left. Oh, God, super spicy.
8083 Roger.
Verify it. Verify it. Yes, right.
Oh, you know, so far 1601 Freedom Place. Just a worker.
All right, this is for everybody that stayed up late. A little secret stash. I appreciate everybody that hung out with me this weekend. It was crazy. Thank you very much, Brian Beelman, too, for that. And Waves of the World. We're gonna do just a real quick walking tour through Chinatown. For everybody that left their tab open on accident and fell asleep. And then for all of my OGs that stayed up late with me. So this was a club that I used to hang out at like 22 years ago. This was one of my favorite places. It's called Grand Star Jazz Club. And up in this little area up here, the best underground hip hop, early 2000s hip hop, which in my opinion is kind of the best. And this is the Bruce Lee statue. Not this last weekend, but the weekend before last, I was doing this cruise that I'm doing right now, but in Seattle. And people were trying to get me to go to the Bruce Lee grave site, which I've seen before, which is pretty cool. But this area is Chinatown. And we're just gonna do a quick lap through here. These little things on top remind me of Karate Kid 2. You remember when Daniel's son has to slide down this into the very middle and then fight the dude? Here's the vehicle we rolled around in all weekend too. It was pretty cool. It's a Dodge Durango. It was okay. I mean, I wasn't like overly impressed, but it kept all the air and the tires are just super clutch. We have this all to ourselves. Goldberger. Welcome to Goldberger. Home of the Goldberger. I like how this looks over here. I think they filmed some of Rush Hour. Chris Tucker and Jackie Chan. I know for sure they did some of it up to the right over here. Wider view. If anybody watches The Studio on Apple TV, Seth Rogen, they recreated this little thing right here. They had some like fake movie that they were doing with Zac Efron, and they remade this. Look just like it. They remade it. I don't think they did this one. Guy kind of looks like Higgins from Magnum PI. Hey, Army vet. Thank you, man. Army vet staying up late with me. Appreciate that. Hold on, I'm gonna get on my other phone and see what he says. This used to be like a koi pond. Elevator rescue just came out. Army vet, appreciate the coverage. Stay safe. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for all the love this weekend. This cool area. So yeah, this is where the riots. Well, this is where the deportations were going down Friday night, and then all the protesters came from downtown and started letting them know what they thought about that. Yeah, I hate like the solar plexus right there. I used to come over here with friends and watch them eat dim sum. My wife likes dim sum. Can't do it. Look at this font. Dude, this is like the 80s. Look at this. How old is this sign? I mean, look at the paint underneath this light. That's the original right there. I don't recommend walking through here. This is sort of a dangerous area. Seems okay right now. Except for this horse. Intense eyeshadow on these horses. Some sharpied eyebrows. 86 GOP. Dude. You were killing it this weekend. 86 GOP, some hazard pay. My goodness, bro. Yo, thank you so much. Thank you so much. There was somebody eating some sponge. Looks kind of good. New look. Same great sponge. I think this might have been in rush hour. Can anybody confirm? This is a place called Hop Louie. I'm almost positive this was in rush hour. Any Chris Tucker fans in the chat? You understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Hop Louie. It reminds me of that Sir Mix-a-Lot song, Swap Meet Louie. This is a cool sign right here too. All right, I'm almost done. This is the little extra credit bonus. That sound is good. It's not good. Your mom was born in Chinatown. There's still some of the original signs and lights out here. Toco house. Some good Toco. Oh, I'm hearing a cat fight, I think. I do have some cat food. Maybe I could break it up with a snack. Dude, I'm hearing a cat fight over here. Can you hear it? It's a cross over here. One dude out here riding his bike. I'll show you what I grabbed for the. We started Thursday night by finding this kitty that I haven't seen in a long time, and we didn't have any food for it. So I stopped and got 3 of these, but we didn't end up running into it. Friskies shreds. Look at the cat. Ah, let's go. I got 2 different flavors of these shreds, but we didn't see them. There's still time. All right, I'm gonna send everybody over to my friend Waves of the World channel. You guys are gonna have a little bit of surfing to do. To everybody that hung out this weekend, thank you so much. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's still not over. I'm still thinking that maybe I will do either something on this channel or on my other channel. My backup channel is called Jeremy Reed 1980. We might go to the beach. We might go to one of the piers. I don't know. I wasn't planning on coming out tonight. Tonight was a secret stream too, so I don't know. Even when I think I'm done, it keeps pulling me back in. To everybody that hung out, to everybody that shared chill vibes in the chat, all the super chats, just all the good vibes. Thank you so much. This was a great trip. It's still not over. Please leave a comment after the stream. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you to everybody that shared the stream, left a like on it. But please, 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 after this is done, leave a comment. Let me know what your favorite part of tonight was or your favorite part of the weekend. I liked the dancing shark. That was super cool. There were just a lot of highlights the whole weekend. So yeah, please leave comments. I'll read them all. And I hope you get a good night's sleep. I'll see you later this week. Have a great night. Good night. Enjoy Waves of the World. Leave comments.
Alright, so here's the deal. I was approached by Neural DSP via Sweetwater to make a video about why you need both the Nano and the Quad Cortex, which is kind of a weird topic. Do you need both of these things? Do you even need either of them? What do you actually need? Is life just a meaningless series of events you live out until you're dead and strangers just move into your house and throw away all your stuff? Sorry, got dark there for a second. I'm kind of a weird person to ask this question, not only because I've been critical in the past of Neural DSP's marketing, but notoriously I hate telling people what to do with their lives. I think that's half of what's wrong with the internet. Everyone wants to tell everyone else what to do or how they should act. It's ridiculous. But I'd probably have a lot more subscribers if I did. Hey, you should hit the subscribe button. However, there is one Neural DSP product I use on literally everything I do, and that is the Fortin nameless plugin. Now, what the fuck does that have to do with what Neural DSP wanted me to do? Well, when I was asked to make this video, I got out my Quad Cortex and knocked the dust off of it because it had been sitting in my closet since the last video I made with it, and I was pleasantly surprised that now I had the Fortin nameless plugin in the list of available plugins to use on the Quad Cortex. And I gotta tell you, I was pretty stoked on how it sounded and how it translated to the Quad Cortex. Now, unfortunately, the Nano Cortex only does captures. There's no plugins or any models of amplifiers on the unit, but that doesn't mean it's not valuable to have one around if you already own a Quad Cortex. Let me explain. Okay, I need to set you up here. I would never tell you you have to own anything. I hate that. I don't ever want to make anyone feel like if they don't have a certain thing, they are less of a player or somehow inferior. That shit is whack, and I absolutely hate it when other content creators do that. But on the flip side, I am a gear hoarding guitar nerd, and I have a lot of gear hoarding guitar nerd friends. I like to nerd out with my friends about gear, and whether you think it's sad or not, it's part of my identity. Look, some people like cars, some people like to do CrossFit. I collect gear and make YouTube videos. And I also feel very strongly that no one should tell you you don't need a piece of gear. As long as you're not hurting anybody else, live your life the way you want to, champ. No one should tell you what to do. Okay, so now that I've disclaimed that, let's get on topic. I'm assuming you are either in or at least interested in being in the Neural DSP ecosystem based off the fact that you are still here. So let's talk about the Quad versus the Nano Cortex versus the plugins. Do you need both or all three even? You might benefit from it if you are in a certain situation, but I need to get there. The Quad Cortex is a powerful, fully functioning multi-effects unit capable of creating complex patches and routing almost anything you can conceive of. I actually have a surprising amount of friends that are using these live now, but the obvious downside of that is, what if your one unit goes down and now you have no guitars, bass, or anything? Well, that's why most of the people that I know that tour with them tour with two of them. Those situations are pretty much actively touring bands, so not an expense most people would want, but there are a lot of you that are playing gigs every now and then, or even just hauling gear around from your practice space. On the other hand, the Nano Cortex is a little powerhouse of tone, but really only has some core features. You can still use it to create captures of analog gear, but it is only capable of using one capture as your main amp sound. It's much more limited in terms of its routing and effects, and while it does have a lot of controls of the functions via the front panel, it is much easier to navigate them with an app via your phone. I know that bothers some people, but it is what it is. But the Nano is also incredibly portable, and that's going to be a big factor of what we're going to get into. In my original Nano Cortex video, my viewpoint at the time was it was primarily a capture pedal, and that people who were looking to it to be a mini Quad Cortex were probably going to be dissatisfied with its limitations. Well, to Neural DSP's credit, they have updated it to a point where I now have reconsidered my position on this. I think it's actually a viable portable rig for most players now, and actually a really great companion to the Quad Cortex. And that's where I think having both kind of comes in handy. We can TLDR this whole deep dive as big, expensive, powerful, and small, less expensive, competent. But let's say you have a Quad Cortex that you primarily use at home or in your studio on your desktop, and like me, you paid the full $1,600 for it, waited several months of delays to receive it, only for it to end up in your gear closet collecting dust most of the time. But despite that, it's something you still have sentimental connection to, so you hold on to take that once in a while to make a video with just to keep your sanity. I think that example might be a little too specific for my audience. But one of the neat things about using it on your desktop is the foot switches also double as rotary encoders, which is super cool, but also using it live after you walked around the piss-soaked streets of your local downtown venue, then taking it back home and touching it and then touching your face grosses me out. I don't know how you feel about that. And if I've just planted that thought into your brain for the first time, then I apologize. But really, it's kind of gross. Like in my hometown early last year, there was a massive outbreak of Shigella due to poor sanitation conditions in downtown with the homeless population. Basically, to summarize, they were having chronic diarrhea, presumably on the sidewalk, because that's what it smells like in downtown, then tracking it back into their tents via their shoes, somehow getting it into their mouths, and the cycle repeats. We should access part of the final cut. Well, the obvious solution to that problem is to mount the quad cortex into a rack drawer or something so it can be out of the way to avoid your piss-soaked sneakers or the inevitable spilt beer if you have a bass player. You can then use a mini controller to control the quad cortex. And while this is a great solution, if you want to use your quad cortex for anything outside of the live scenario, you then have to unhook it from your rack, and depending on how secure that thing is and how often you're playing live, it can be kind of a hassle. While the quad cortex was designed for portability versus being something like a rack unit or the massive floor units like the Helix or the Hydrox Prime, the Nano is still far more portable. Actually, for this video, I made this small flight rig for traveling. Okay, so I want to test this out not only for this video, just for my own curiosity. Can I get away with just using the Nano Cortex on a small board with a pedal-sized power end? I have to build the board first because I don't have any small boards. So I actually got one of these D'Addario Expand pedal boards, one of these little ones. They're not sponsoring the video. They don't have anything to do with this. They just make good stuff. So that's why I'm using it. Let's build it.
Starting at $399.99. Some say you can't have it all. Clearly, they've never been here. Here, every world, every story is too good to miss. This is where Unbelievable shows up to play. This place, it's different from the rest. Once you're in it, there's no going back. Play the unmissable on PlayStation 5.
Suited for maybe like a 2x12 or something like that, but it will power a 4x12, as we will see here in a few. Now, you might be asking yourself, hey, like you went the pedal, that's not much less space than a quad cortex as is. That's sort of true, but here, let me show you. This is the space difference between the Nano and a power amp, mind you, a power amp that's going to power the cabinet. That's the space difference in between, the quad cortex. So the quad cortex still quite a bit more than this space, but like I said, this board is a little bit overkill. I don't need quite that much. And I mean, you don't even need a board. You could literally just take both of these. You'd probably be fine with just both those as pedals, but I just wanted to go on board, for safety. My main rig, which is a gigantic Henoid to travel anywhere with, is capable of doing all sorts of things, most of which I don't use. And if I want to take something that's really easy and portable, this ain't it. So let's say you were on the Quad Cortex ecosystem and you wanted to use your same captures that you've come to know and love, but just be able to grab a quick, easy rig. Then doing something like this can make a lot of sense. And we are actually going to test this rig out in a rehearsal scenario in just a minute here. Another thing, aside from the Shigella, I don't want to get my Quad Cortex road rash. I know there are cases for them that you can use, but it kind of ruins the experience for me. It's like putting a case on your phone. It's practical, but half of what I like about the Quad Cortex, or even my phone for that matter, is the sleek look and the feel of it. Now, while I wouldn't call the Nano Cortex inexpensive, it is significantly less expensive if you had to replace it because your bass player plugged it into an 18-volt power supply and fried its guts. But what if you like the plugins and the plugin compatibility on the Quad Cortex? Can we use the Nano Cortex to capture our main patch? Is this like pointing mirrors at each other? Am I going to open up a black hole and end the universe right now? Sure, it's fine. Let's try it. It's a little bit easier to use your phone for the capture process on this. But basically, create new neural capture. Make sure I have this all hooked up correctly. We're good to go. Doing its thing. Oh shit, that is the capture. That was actually surprising. I actually did that really well. And of course, now that the Nano Cortex has been updated, we can actually put an overdrive in front of this capture. Also, as a quick aside, side here, I tested both to see the differences in capturing gear, and to my ears, there wasn't a difference in capture quality. However, the process is slightly different. Quad Cortex is capable of padding an input to get it in the range needed to create a capture, whereas the Nano doesn't have that feature. So I had to turn on my low box, which in this situation where I was capturing a boosted JCM 800 resulted in a brighter sound. However, in terms of quality, I couldn't really tell the difference between the two of them. For this video, the captures that I'm using are this beautiful 1987 JCM 800, which is being boosted with the Devil overdrive. If you want to test them out for yourself, I will link my Neural DSP profile in the description below. I have the little rig that we built around the Neural DSP Nano Cortex plugged into this Bogner cabinet here. Now, this Bogner cabinet is being powered by this little power amp pedal from the homies over at Leashed Larum Audio. This is the Pandora power amp pedal. I just wanted to test this out before I take it out to rehearsal. That way, if there's any issues, I can address them now. I think it's fine. You know, spoiler. This is a capture that I made with the Devil from my company, Obsidian Audio. If you're looking for the best way to boost your amplifier with a built-in gate, there's more information on that down in the description below. This is a capture of the Devil boosting a JCM 800, one of my favorite pairings of any overdrive and amplifier ever. It's just a really awesome sound. And I think that the Nano Cortex really did a good job of capturing that.
I used to feel like I was playing cat and mouse with my clients, always chasing them for payments, but now I get paid without the exhaustion. It makes sense that Zero users who use the online invoice payments get paid up to twice as fast. Do yourself a favor and try Zero.
At Ralph's Pharmacy, our pharmacists are vaccine experts. Don't know what you need, or if you're covered, we can help. Most insurance plans for COVID.
Yeah, really awesome pairing of things. I really love it. If you want to check this out, I will put this up on the Cortex Cloud under my profile. Just search Taylor Daly. I'm sure you'll be able to find it. But I will leave this up there for you guys to check out. Basically, this is it. This is the whole rig right here. Taking my Jackson Soloist out there. I have guitar cable, IEC, pedal board, strap, guitar picks. And that's it. I think that's all I need. I really only need a couple sounds, so I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to get along with this fine, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm also interested to see if this power amp can power a 4x12 cabinet to be as loud as I need to be with a drum. We'll find out. Okay, so final thoughts here. I really like this actually. It's obviously very easy to travel with, and I don't have a need for really intricate patches, so the built-in effects are more than adequate for what I do. The only issues I really had are, one, I would want a larger power amp, possibly a power stage or something similar that would fit on this board. The Pandora is really good. It was plenty loud for stage volume, and I could hear myself while I was playing. I just like having the extra headroom, and this one was almost maxed out at the rehearsal space. The second thing is just user error. I would need to get used to the patch changing and how to program it. It was fine as is, but I felt a little awkward using it, just because I've been using a 5-button MIDI foot switch forever, and my brain doesn't want to learn new things. But all in all, I think there is value to having both if you are in a similar situation, or especially if you want to dip your toes into the Neural DSP waters. The Nano Cortex is a pretty good way to do that, especially now with the update. It really does feel like the Quad Cortex's little brother companion or something. All right, hopefully you guys have enjoyed this video. Hopefully Neural DSP is not mad at me about the Shigella jokes. If you liked it, make sure to hit the like button. If you really like what I do here, consider subscribing or being super overpowered and joining these fine fellows over here on Patreon, and I will see you in the next video. Bye.
How to make dinner with Apple Intelligence and ChatGPT. Let's say you have no idea what to cook. Wouldn't it be
public guest.
I just don't know what's real.
This is going to come up because it's been going on since we've been recording here. Elon and Trump seem to be in a bit of a spat. Joe, can you check the tweet that Elon just put out a little bit ago?
Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day. Jesus Christ.
I'm not participating in any of that conversation.
What is
between Elon?
Have a nice day, DJD. So much day gets thrown away.
They're going back and forth about different things.
Yeah.
Well,
Listen,
he said he was disappointed in Elon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally.
Jesus Christ, that's a crazy thing to say. How does he know? Does he know that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? Or does he have access to the
I'm
Epstein
just,
files?
I don't know how he would, but I'm just staying out of the Trump Elon thing. That's way outside.
What the fuck are they doing?
I know my lane.
I just don't. I mean, I understand he owns Twitter. I think it's bad for your mental health. I think posting things public all day and arguing with people all day is bad for you.
Well, you raise a great point. Sorry to cut you.
Good.
Half of what we have to respond to is the click army on social media. Let's just get to it because I know it's on people's minds. Epstein, right? The reason people are pissed off about that is the same thing, right? 20 years ago, or when it was 2006, 7, 8, Epstein gets his sweetheart plea deal, right? After committing the most horrific crimes on planet Earth, right? I wasn't in power there. I wasn't in place there. I had, nothing to do with it. The people were rightfully pissed that this guy was committing the most grotesque acts you can against children. And the media spins up about it. Many in the media protected him. Why? Because of his relationships, who he knew, who his bankers were, who his colleagues were, who was on the island and stuff like that. Some pretty powerful human beings. And so when you peel back the layer and then what happened? The Trump administration, the last go around decided, no, we're not going to let that go. We're going to investigate it, right? They charge him, they indict him, and he's awaiting trial. And I've said it, Dan Bongino said it, we've reviewed all the information, and the American public is going to get as much as we can release. He killed himself. Do you think, let's play out the logical conclusion of this, do you think that myself, Bongino, and others would participate in hiding information about Epstein's grotesque activities? Or do you think we would also participate in not prosecuting people we have evidence to prosecute people on? Because the problem is there's been like 15 years of people coming in and creating fictions about this that doesn't exist. Where's the videotape of an Epstein Island of X, Y, and Z committing these frauds? Why haven't you given it to us? Do you really think I wouldn't give it to you if it existed? I'm working my ass off, along with the leadership at the Bureau and DOJ, to get you what we're allowed to give you. And you're going to get the video of the cell. And you're going to see for yourself. And we will never be able to convince everyone.
Okay, let's get into that. So, what did you think before you got in office? Did you think that Epstein was murdered?
No.
No suspicion at all of it?
But I have a different background, right?
Right.
So I was a public defender back in the day. I used to spend a lot of time in jails and a lot of time in segregated housing units, shoes as we call them, right? And so, and I've known people that have committed suicide in these cells. And I know how you get in, how you get out, who works the system. And so the way, based on public information at the time, that he ended up, the pictures of him hanging himself, I was like, yeah, that guy killed himself. There's just no way that you could have run it up and had people go into that cell and not have any video of it and not have any people come out and say, hey, yeah, I saw that guy, he shouldn't have been there, the guard or this guy. There's just no access points into places like this in the detention center he was in, which I've been in.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but what I was told, what I'd read, was that the guards were not paying attention or were sleeping.
Well,
right?
Yeah, and in short order, you'll see it.
Is that correct?
Well, it's hard to surmise that from a video, right? Like,
right.
Where they like
you know, and look, do guards doze off on the night shift? Yeah, but no one can get in to the cell. And if they had gotten into the cell, you would see it.
But we were told that the cameras were down.
Well, I don't know who said that.
But that was in the news.
We're giving you all the footage we have.
So why wasn't that released like immediately? Why did this speculation escalate?
I think you'd have to ask whoever the attorney general back then was, Bill Barr.
Did you ever see? Do you remember that HBO autopsy show? Dr. Michael Batten. He's a famous forensic, I don't think, scientist. So he's a pathologist, and he reviewed the case, and it was his determination that it was a homicide because of the way his neck was broken. And what he said was it was indicative of a ligature strangulation. And it was because of the positioning on the neck where the marks were that it wasn't indicative of someone hanging by their weight, which had been higher on the chin. And there's a specific break of the bones and the vertebrae that's consistent with someone who is just strangled to death.
I haven't seen it. I'll definitely take a look at it because that's part of my job.
You haven't seen that?
The report?
Yeah.
No, I haven't looked at that.
Did you see any? Was there any other autopsy done other than the official one?
Not to my knowledge, but if there was, you'll get it. And that's what we're doing.
See if you find that Dr. Michael Batten thing.
Yeah. No.
Do you remember that show, the HBO show?
No.
Pretty cool show. So this guy, Dr. Michael Batten, he had a long career of catching murderers, exhuming bodies, finding trace amounts of poisons, different kinds of things. And it was a crazy show, like all these wild ways.
Well, I love watching shows. I spend a lot of time on planes.
Yeah, it was an old show. It was a show like from the early 2000s, I believe. But this guy was, this very well-respected forensic scientist who would analyze these bodies, and it was his determination that he was murdered.
Yeah. And my job, going back to the core of what I've been doing since I started rushing it, was to get and is to get everybody the information.
When did you get here? Epstein's autopsy points to homicide. Pathologist hired by brother claims. New York City medical examiner strongly disputed the claim that the evidence from the autopsy suggested strangulation. So let's go to, by the way, this is the New York Times, and they never lie. The private pathologist, Dr. Michael Batten, said the morning TV show Fox and Friends, Mr. Epstein experienced a number of injuries, among them a broken bone in his neck, that are extremely unusual in suicidal hangings and could occur much more commonly in homicidal strangulation. I think the evidence points to homicide rather than suicide, said Dr. Batten, who observed the autopsy done by city officials. Dr. Batten, a former New York City medical examiner and a Fox News contributor, said, I have not seen in 50 years where that occurred in suicidal hanging case. Findings by Dr. Batten were strongly disputed by the city's chief medical examiner, Dr. Barbara Sampson, who previously ruled that Mr. Epstein's death on August 10th in the Metropolitan Correctional Center was a suicide. I stand firmly behind our determination of the cause and manner of death in this case, Dr. Sampson said in the interview on Wednesday. She added, in general, fractures of the hyoid bone and cartilage can be seen in suicides and homicides. The hyoid bone is near the Adam's apple. Dr. Sampson also dismissed Dr. Batten's contention that the circumstances around Mr. Epstein's death suggested other people may have been involved. She said her office had done a complete investigation, taking into consideration information gathered by law enforcement in making the determination.
So this is a perfect example of going back to my public defender and prosecutor days.
Mm-hmm.
This is what we call a war of experts. You can always find someone to come in and say the opposite.
Right.
And I used to do it all the time. I mean, I represented some of the worst humans that you could possibly imagine on earth, literally. The guys that were trafficking children from Mexico into America. And you could put up a professional expert to say, and this is what's going to go on forever. And my job is not the forever. My job is to get you absolutely everything that we can give you. And that's what we're going to do.
When did you become aware of this video that showed that no one had gone in and out of the cell?
Recently.
So why was it recent, though? I mean, if this death was, how long ago was this death? 2 years? 2019? Oh, really? Wow, time flies. So 6 years.
Well, again, that's part of what I'm going to try to answer for you.
Jeffrey Epstein jail CCTV erased by technical errors. Whoopsies.
Yeah.
But you see how anybody on the outside, I mean, this is like a perfect storm.
Yeah.
For something. Can you pull that article up so we agree what it says, Jim? U.S. prosecutor said the jail mistakenly saved footage from the wrong cell. Sorry. Epstein, a convicted sex offender, first tried to kill himself in July last year, hanged himself in jail.
Hang on.
Yep.
Reread that line.
That he first tried to kill himself in July of last year. Yeah.
How much of the American public do you think knows that?
I didn't know that until right now.
There you
Maybe I heard it and forgot. Did you ever hear it, Jamie?
That's why he's on suicide watch, I think.
Oh, okay.
So a guy
Hanged himself in jail in August while serving trial on federal sex trafficking charge. He pleaded not guilty to abusing dozens of girls, some as young as 14. Soon after Epstein's death in August, two of the CCTV cameras outside his cell had malfunctioned and were being examined by the FBI. Found semi-conscious in his prison cell with injuries on his neck. On 25 of July, after this incident, he was placed on suicide watch.
I'm not saying every single camera in the place was working. I'm saying we've got footage and you're getting it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can make up your own mind. And
Right.
the theories can continue. But my job,
So
Is to
you
give you the
became
information.
aware of this footage recently,
the ones that we're looking at,
right? And so, but this is like an article from quite a while ago that was saying that the footage was mistakenly erased.
Look, I mean, it goes back to the same, ask the people that were in power then. I mean, I get it that you want to hold me to account for their actions, and
No, I'm not,
not you,
saying,
not you,
I'm not saying that.
not you, just the public in general, that's okay.
What's confusing to everybody today, first of all, it's very confusing because AI can kind of make anything. You know, which has got to be a bizarre position for you to be in when you're looking at videos. I mean, I've watched Viking videos, look real as fuck, you know? They just make Viking towns. I mean, it's really quite incredible what they're doing now, and it accelerates every month. I mean, I talked to Elon about it, and he said we're blown away literally every week. Every week there's some new breakthrough. We're like, wow, we didn't expect that.
Well, I can tell you after having looked at it, this ain't gonna be AI.
You don't think so?
You're gonna, it's just not great. You know, it's like if it were AI, like someone wanted to come in and make it, they'd make it better.
But why would you make it better when people could, you know, you could have ambiguous footage that is, you know, totally generated by AI. I mean, AI can generate blurry images. AI can
Sure.
generate night vision. AI can generate essentially anything that's already existed, like really shitty 1984 VHS tapes. They can do that.
They can, but I'm telling you, I'm giving you the tape from the tape.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's just like I'm giving you the documents from the vault, just like I'm giving you information to Congress on COVID origins or what have you. What we find is what you're getting.
Okay, so now it's saying 2019, missing jail video from the first Jeffrey Epstein suit. So for the first attempt has been found. So maybe let's put it into perspective. Jails are not the most efficient, best run places. It's not like
Fort Knox.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
It's yeah.
You know, we're working with what we got.
Right.
So, and listen, this guy's not the only guy to kill himself in prison. It happens, I don't know how often.
Right.
All the time.
Even if he killed himself in prison. So if he was murdered in prison, crazy, right?
Yeah.
You could see why very powerful people wouldn't
If
want
he
to
was
talk.
murdered in segregated housing, in isolation, after being on suicide watch in a place in a detention center that I've physically been in myself, it would be fiction. It's just in my experience, that is not doable.
It's not doable even for the most powerful and wealthiest people in the world.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you think though that like if someone was in a position where a guy could release information that could potentially damage the most wealthy people on earth, you would have a concerted effort that's unprecedented.
Sure.
You'd have the resources that we couldn't even possibly comprehend, all pointing towards eliminating this one person that it could be done.
But I mean, so many people have been implicated, right, already. And some of that information, what they did to Prince Andrew and everybody else is already out there. And so that's the conspiracy stuff that me, Bongino, and the folks have to say, look, we will give you everything we can, and then we will have done our job. Also, if I had a shred, me, Cash Patel, had a shred of evidence, the Russiagate guy, the Jan 6 guy, the COVID origins guy, had a shred of evidence that this guy was murdered, I would be the first guy to bring this case hard and fast, and I would even do press conferences every week on it.
Mm-hmm.
The first guy. That's what I'm asking people to play out to their logical conclusion. I'm not Comey. I'm not McCabe. I'm not the guy that was in the seat before. I have a wildly different background. I've been putting out the truth my entire career. Why would I risk all of it on this guy?
I believe you. Tesla. I believe you. I just think that, the problem is we've been fuming on this
Sure.
conspiracy for so
Yeah.
long. And we love conspiracies, don't we?
Oh,
as,
it's good.
as a country,
It's
they're
good,
so much
right?
fun.
I mean, they make it
JFK
easy.
tapes, come on. Like, release the documents. We all love them. We love it. We love UFO ones. We love everything. We love the craziest conspiracies. They're exciting. We don't want to hear
They're
that he
entertaining.
tried to kill himself in July and then succeeded in August. And look, I could imagine why the guy wanted to kill himself. He was going to jail for the rest of his fucking life. And in jail, sex offenders for children are not treated well.
And also, by the way, most Americans haven't, nor should they. Have you ever spent 1 minute in segregated housing?
No.
It's the worst. The absolute worst. Like, you and your background, you can probably handle that, right? Like, just in all reality, most Americans, you put them in there for 5 seconds, they're going to slam their head against the wall. Literally. They're going to lose their mind.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Yeah.
It's that bad.
I'm sure. I could only imagine. And I could only imagine this guy knowing that it's over. And what do you want to do? Do you want to...
Yeah,
I mean, who knows who the fuck he's working for? Let's just put that aside. Now, if you're working for... We don't have to name names. We don't have to speculate. If he's working for some agency, some group, some foreign group, and they decide to target his family because he's going to jail for the rest of his life anyway. They decide to target his family if he testifies against them. I could see where if I thought that it was like, I'm going to be in jail for the rest of my life, or I tell and my family winds up being killed or destroyed, or who knows, maybe you'd say, look, the honorable thing is to end it in prison.
Honorable, cowardly thing.
Whatever it is. Like, you just
also,
decide.
at some point, that guy was going back into Gen Pop. And the one thing I'll tell you about prison systems is the people they eat are child predators.
Yes.
And
Well
he
known.
was going to get eaten.
Well known. Yeah. And they probably wouldn't have protected him. Yeah. So the narrative has always been that there's video. Now, what is the chain of custody? Is there evidence that there is video? Is there evidence that it was moved around, stored, protected from people looking at it? Like,
you're going to get all that information. Like, that's literally what we're putting together. And we're going to give you every single thing we have, Ken. And that's the whole point. We can't fill gaps by making stuff up, and we're not going to do that.
And you have to be methodical.
And we have to be, that's the other thing, right? We're reviewing not just the video, we're reviewing everything as meticulously as we can, because that's what we owe the American people. That's our job. And I don't want to rush to the sticks or the podium and just say, hey, look what we found.
Right.
And then be like, oh, sorry, I forgot the 4 seconds. We missed 4 seconds. We'll be like, oh, well, it's in the 4 seconds you missed.
Right.
So I'm
How much can you talk about what you've seen?
Not yet. Just what I've told
Can
you.
you say you've seen anything?
No, that's the point. There's nothing in there, like in the video. You guys will be bored.
You're talking about the video of the murder or the suicide.
Suicide.
But what about the video from the island?
Oh, that's it. Sorry. So you're talking about two different.
Yes.
So
sorry.
So again, we're going to give you everything we can, and people have to remember, we're not going to re-victimize women. We're not going to put that shit back out there. It's not happening, because then he wins. Not doing it. You want to hate me for it? Fine. Again, logical play out. If there was a video of some guy or gal committing felonies on an island, and I'm in charge, don't you think you'd see it?
If you have access to it.
If I have it, period. If I have it.
So,
where else would it be?
Right. If you have it.
Right.
But you can't say that you have it.
No, we're giving you everything we have.
So far.
Everything we have so far is...
Have you guys gone over all the video that's available?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. That's what takes so much damn time.
Right.
And
is there video from the island?
not of what you want. The people out there have filled the void with can't wait to see X, Y, or Z.
Right, speculation.
And I'm like, here's the other thing I've been asking for, right? Openly. If you have information on this, call us. Tell us. The best resource we have is the American people in the world.
Right.
Get me the tail numbers. Get me the flight, get me new information. I will run that down.
So this narrative might not be accurate, that there's video of these guys doing this.
Exactly.
Is it possible that the video was taken and destroyed?
Well, you're talking about what decades worth of stuff, right? Remember, we have what we have pursuits of lawful search warrants and authorities from the case that was done however many years ago it was done. That's what we have. If other people have other stuff and they want to give it to us, bring it.
Have you guys reviewed everything that you have?
Almost. Yes, we have, and now we're figuring out how to put it out.
Since we were talking about fake news, this is going to come up because it's been going on since we've been recording here. Elon and Trump seem to be in a bit of a spat, Joe. You can check the tweet that Elon just put out a little bit ago.
Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day. Jesus Christ.
I'm not participating in any of that conversation.
What?
With Elon.
Have a nice day, DJT. Someone should take his phone away.
They're going back and forth about different things.
Yeah.
Well, he said he was disappointed in Elon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't believe.
Jesus Christ, that's a crazy thing to say. How does he know? Does he know that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files? Or does he have access to the Epstein files?
I don't know how he would, but I'm just staying out of the Trump Elon thing. That's way outside.
What the fuck are they doing?
I know my lane.
I just don't. I mean, I understand he owns Twitter. I think it's bad for your mental health. I think posting things public all day and arguing with people all day is bad for you.
If you enjoyed today's episode on JRE Plus, don't forget to give it a thumbs up.
Didn't he post something?
And when all those
Could we soon see video of the moments leading up to convicted?
Do you
Not only did Kash Patel blow Joe.
I want to move on to the whole Epstein matter. I did something recently on that.
We have just
This is one of the
In 2017, this New York Times headline shocked the world. A clandestine U.S. government program had been investigating UFOs.
The Pentagon has confirmed the existence of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program.
Everybody watch out. I love making people laugh.
I'm looking for somebody who's my lifelong partner.
I'm down for anything.
Love Island, I'm coming. Wait, maybe not those words, but
Get all the perks with a PF Black Card for $1 down and $24.99 a month.
That studied UFOs, and they released video.
For 8 years, the secret program was run by this man, Lou Elizondo.
Time and time again, we were coming up with these mystery objects, performing in a way that defies logic.
Frustrated by what he says was a cover-up, Elizondo quit and joined forces with an elite group of former government insiders.
We're going to figure out how to get to the bottom of it.
Now they have one mission: to expose what they say is the truth about UFOs.
U.S. airspace is being violated by vehicles of unknown origin with advanced capabilities.
It was raining UFOs. I put my entire career and future on the line because I believe in what I believe in.
Carl Sagan once famously said, "Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof." He was absolutely right. But now we have the proof.
Lou Elizondo is on his way to interview a key eyewitness to one of the most stunning UFO events in recent history.
We're trying to build a case here for the jury. And so when you're building a case for the jury, there is nothing more compelling than eyewitness testimony. They were there, and by the way, they're trained observers. These are people who can think critically. And this particular pilot has never given an interview about this incident, ever.
In 2004, this Navy fighter pilot was training for deployment on board the USS Nimitz aircraft carrier. Now a high-ranking officer, this is her first on-camera interview about the incident. She wants to keep her identity hidden due to the sensitivity of what she's about to say.
I want to make sure that everybody in this room understands that her identity is to remain protected at all times. So when that includes when you're writing notes on email back to executives, hey, that was a great interview with, don't write that. Don't put it in there. Just say the pilot.
Wingman pilot would be appropriate.
Okay, so let's move with the wingman pilot. Well, I still have a security clearance, so as a result, we will not be discussing anything classified at all during this interview. In fact, if at any time anything is discussed at classified, we will stop the interview right there and then.
Elizondo is still bound by an oath of secrecy, so he hopes testimony like this will force the government to acknowledge UFOs are a threat to national security and to take action.
Because this issue is such kryptonite inside the national security establishment, he needed to figure out a way to do it so that what he's gathering can be made public. These are not crazy people that are reporting this stuff. These are the people that we entrust our security to. Why don't we just start from the beginning?
We're operating off the coast of California in a designated military working area for their carrier strike group. We had launched to perform a practice fight against each other to rehearse our maneuvers.
On November 14th, 2004, this pilot took off from the deck of the Nimitz as the wingman to a second jet, flown by her squadron commander. She soon found herself in the middle of one of the most significant UFO encounters on record.
It was daylight and it was in the middle of the night.
Clear blue skies, middle of the day.
Normally, fighter pilots are directed by a radar plane known as a Hawkeye. But the two FA-18 Super Hornets are suddenly redirected by controllers on the USS Princeton.
We were interrupted by a shipborne controller. Their tone was urgent and their requests were unusual. This is not an exercise. This is a real-world intercept. Didn't have much experience. I thought maybe it's a drug runner or something coming up the coast of Mexico. And I thought, wow, that'd be cool.
With no information about their target, as the two jets arrive at the designated location, they're confused.
My heart sank. There was something in the water. There was churning. And I went from being sort of giddy excited to thinking, oh my God, now we're on scene commanders of a wreck. Somebody's crashed and this aircraft is sinking.
And this is when you notice an object.
We were all clamoring to get on the radio. Do you see in the water? What is that?
A bizarre craft is hovering over the churning water.
What does it look like?
No windows, no flight surfaces,
So no wings at all. No wings, no.
smooth, white, no intakes, no smoke trails. It looked like a giant tic tac,
Give me a rough size.
maybe 40 feet.
Okay, 40 feet. Fair enough.
Large enough to scare the crap out of me. It was so unnerving because it was so unpredictable. High G, rapid velocity, rapid acceleration. So you're wondering, how can I possibly fight this? We have no ordnance on board. Unless one of us rammed this thing, which the way it was maneuvering would have been impossible. So I stayed high cover.
The wingman watched from above as her commander flies directly at the strange craft. Now Elizondo is on his way to interview the other pilot in the air that day, the wingman's commander.
These are reports from military pilots. They've been in combat, and this is something that they cannot explain, and it's shaking them up to the point that they're willing to risk their professional standing by coming forward and talking about it.
Brother Dave, how are you? Brother Lou, how you doing, man? I'm doing better than I deserve. How you doing? Oh, you live in a castle, man.
Retired U.S. Navy Commander David Fravor led the Black Aces Squadron, flying combat missions over the Middle East and Africa. He now works in the private sector as an aeronautics consultant.
Commander Fravor is a very rare breed. He's one of the few folks that actually run towards danger, not away from it.
Fravor was the wingman's commanding officer that day over the Pacific.
He had that fighter instinct, so it wasn't surprising his actions on that day.
I really wanted to see what it was. I mean, if I could have joined right up on it and, got like Blue Angel close, then I probably would have done that.
As Fravor attempted to get a closer look, his wingman watched from above.
This object seemed to recognize that we were there and went from this very low altitude to maneuvering in an erratic, very rapid manner. So the hair on the back of my neck is standing up. I'm thinking I'm going to be watching a disaster here.
Most of my questions are going to be focused on the 5 interrogatives, right? The who, what, when, where, how, and why, just like we're doing a terrorism or espionage investigation.
Lou Elizondo may be the most significant U.S. official to ever claim the UFO phenomenon is real. For 2 decades, he served as a counterintelligence officer for the Department of Defense.
Lou is, in many ways, an enigma. Here was the guy who had spent decades, really, in the intelligence community.
Whether it was the Taliban, or it was Al-Qaeda, or it was ISIS, or it was Guantanamo Bay, he had to deal with all of it.
In 2009, Elizondo took over the $22 million Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, or ATIP, that investigated encounters between UFOs and the U.S. military.
Is this 3 reports? Was this 5 reports?
We were made aware of many incidents. It remains a sensitive number. Those numbers are increasing on a regular and routine basis. Some of these incidents are very, very recent and very compelling.
But in 2017, he made the shocking announcement he was walking away from a 20-year military career and going public.
I had tried in vain to work within the silos of the organization, but I ultimately left the Department of Defense because of my loyalty to the department and to the secretary, not disloyalty.
For the past year,
Airwick's cordless essential mist diffuser's perfectly portable fragrance is great for inviting friends to come on over. It has a range of quick change scents for date night to book club, so you can make every occasion to come over fragrant and inviting. Airwick, always fragrant, always inviting.
You have something none of us have.
audiences give How to Train Your Dragon an A.
The cinematic ride of the summer. How to Train Your Dragon. You ready? In theaters Friday. Rated PG.
This is how I move forward with Purdue Global. Start your comeback today at purdueglobal.edu.
This partnership with WM has been a godsend. They do such an amazing job that it just makes me feel like I can relax.
Unidentified's cameras have had exclusive access to Elizondo and his new team as they track down military personnel willing to go on the record with their incredible encounters with UFOs.
You are able to provide a play-by-play of what actually went down those moments that you were encountering that tic-tac. That's correct. So all that's going to be hugely important.
He's meeting with one of the Navy's top former fighter pilots who came face to face with a tic-tac shaped UFO in 2004.
Flying a Navy fighter is probably one of the most spectacular jobs you could ever have in the entire world. It's like a roller coaster times 10,000. And I got to do it in some semblance of a tactical airplane for 18 years.
On November 14th, 2004, Commander David Fravor and his wingman pilot took off from the USS Nimitz, which was on maneuver south of San Diego.
I was the commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 401 of Black Aces. We're flying brand new Super Hornets.
The nuclear-powered USS Nimitz was the lead vessel of a carrier strike group that included the destroyers USS Higgins and Chaffee, the attack submarine USS Louisville, and the radar-equipped missile cruiser USS Princeton.
If you ask any senior military officer, what is the crown jewel of the American military arsenal, they would say the aircraft carrier battle group. If we have to go into combat sometime quickly, it's likely going to be a carrier battle group that's going to be there first and it's going to be in action first.
It was an air defense exercise, 2 good guys against 2 bad guys. Probably 70 miles, 60 miles off the coast in the gap between San Diego and Ensenada.
Suddenly, the pilots are contacted by radar operators on Princeton.
The Princeton control comes up and says, we're going to suspend training. We have real-world tasking.
The pilots are revectored to a new destination, but aren't told why.
So we start heading off to the west. The other airplane is on my left-hand side.
I was the junior pilot trying to keep up with the senior pilot in the lead aircraft.
We're looking, we don't see anything on our radar zone. And we're talking to each other trying to figure this out.
The Princeton's Aegis Spy-1 radar system is powerful enough to track an object as small as a baseball at an altitude of 80,000 feet, but the jets are flying blind.
Trying to see what was out there, which is difficult when you know what you're looking for. It's even harder when you don't know what you're looking for.
So it goes down 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, gets all the way down. They get to a point where they can't separate us from the blip. They call it merge plot, which means you're in the same space as whatever you're looking for, and you got to start looking outside because the radar can't help you anymore.
Then far below in the water, they see what looks like a plane crash or a submerging submarine. But the weapons officer in the rear seat of Fravor's jet spots something else.
I hear, hey skipper, do you see? And as he's saying that, I notice the tic-tac. It's white, it has no wings, it has no rotors. Holy, what is that? And he goes, I don't know.
According to this leaked summary of the incident, contact was made here, 30 miles off the coast, 70 miles south of the U.S.-Mexico border. At first, the strange craft stays close to the surface, moving unlike anything the pilots had ever seen.
This thing would go instantaneous from one way to another, similar to if you threw a ping pong ball against a wall. And we start to kind of orbit, because now we're going to watch this thing. We start a right-hand turn, and we're going from a clock code. The object is in the middle of the clock, and we're at 6 o'clock, and we're driving around the circle. So we get to about 9 o'clock, and it's just still doing its little erratic thing, kind of moving around this disturbance in the water. And I go, hey, I'm gonna go check it out. We'll go down there. As we're coming down nice and easy, we get to about the 12 o'clock position, and all of a sudden it goes, whoop, and it kind of turns, and now it's mirroring us, and it starts coming up. And we're like, okay, now it knows we're here.
It seemed to be aware, and it seems to recognize him.
It goes from basically just almost a hover into a pretty aggressive climb up to our altitude, so there's a bit of fear because now you're out there dealing with something that you have no idea what it is. It's actually reacting to what we're doing. Kind of pull a nose, to where he's going to be, and he's coming up. He just rapidly accelerates beyond anything that I've ever seen. Crosses my nose, and it's gone. And I'm like, whoa.
The Tic Tac appears to have vanished. But as the jets streak towards a prearranged rendezvous location, known as the Cap Point, the radio chatter becomes frantic.
The controller from the Princeton comes up right as we're doing all this and says, hey, sir, you're not going to believe this. He goes, but that thing is at your Cap Point.
According to Fravor, the Tic Tac accelerated from a standing position and flew approximately 60 miles in under a minute, as fast as 3,700 miles an hour. How did the Tic Tac know the pilot's Cap Point? And how did it accelerate so quickly?
You got something that can accelerate and disappear and then show up 60 miles away. Kind of in awe a little bit because you go, whoa, we don't have that. And I'm talking, we were flying one of the premier airplanes on the planet. What was this? There was a capability out there. Don't know where it's from. Not saying it's from outer space, but not saying it's from here either.
Back on the Nimitz, the pilots tell the rest of the squadron what just happened.
The next crew is getting ready. So we're talking to them about this, and they're like, you gotta be kidding.
They took us seriously, and the Wizzo, the guy in the back seat, said, I'm gonna go find it.
The next jet to launch had a targeting pod with an infrared sensor and camera.
It jammed the radar, but he got a lock on it, and that's the video that you see. That doesn't weird you out. I don't know what does.
Hey guys, how are you? Good, Luke. How are you? Good. Hopefully you can shed some light on a few things.
On November 14th, 2004, two pilots launched from the USS Nimitz and intercepted a UFO over the Pacific, south of San Diego.
What does it look like?
No windows, no flight surfaces. It looked like a giant tic-tac.
They believe this video, recorded later that day by a pilot from their squadron, shows the UFO they saw. It's one of 3 Department of Defense UFO videos Lou Elizondo helped get released to the public.
When the 3 videos came out, there was this shock by the world community that, oh my gosh, these are real videos. This effort that we are embarking on, I think, is going to change the conversation forever.
Now, Elizondo is meeting with 2 leading aviation experts to analyze the videos and see if they can help explain the pilot's extraordinary encounters.
What I'd like to do is go through these videos very carefully and get your thoughts on these. The provenance on these videos is very well established. They are genuine DoD military videos.
Retired Lieutenant Colonel Chris Cook is a Top Gun pilot who spent a career flying the military's most sophisticated fighter jets. Ross Amer flew commercial aircraft for more than 4 decades and works as a consultant for the National Transportation Safety Board. It's the first time the 3 men have spoken.
So the first video I'm going to show you this afternoon was taken in the 2004 timeframe.
The first video shows the tic-tac-shaped object seen by the Nimitz pilots, captured by an F-18's infrared camera.
If you look at it out of context, you think, oh, this is just another UFO video. But from my perspective, he absolutely captured what we saw earlier in the day.
The grainy 90-second video shows the tic-tac flying slowly and zipping away at what appears to be a high rate of speed.
The altitude is 20,000 feet. We're in the TV mode now, so it's visual.
The display's indicators are familiar to the pilots, but the image on screen is confusing.
It doesn't appear to have any characteristics of any normal aircraft that I've witnessed flying.
The experts wonder how the craft is staying airborne without wings.
No flight control surfaces. I don't see it.
Does not look like an aircraft.
Yeah.
But in these images of a fighter jet, also shot with an infrared camera, the heat from the engine is clearly visible.
Everything we know about propulsion systems is they create an intense amount of heat. So if it was a conventional type aircraft, you would most definitely see some type of an IR signature plume behind the airplane.
If you want to defy Earth's gravitational force, the way to do it is with either a propeller to mechanically displace air, a jet engine to compress air and to create an equal opposite reaction, or a chemical explosion like a missile or a rocket. Each one of those has a telltale signature. Yet here are things that are able to seemingly effortlessly defy Earth's gravitational force and maneuver in ways that are complete contrary to anything that we would presume should be able to fly.
The ability to fly without wings or an engine is one of 5 distinct characteristics Elizondo's Pentagon team discovered. He calls them the observables. It considers them the program's breakthrough discovery. Anti-gravity, the ability to fly without apparent means of propulsion or lift. Instantaneous acceleration, the ability to reach a high rate of speed in a short amount of time. Hypersonic velocity, speeds over 3,700 miles per hour, 5 times the speed of sound. Low observability, the capacity to cloak or conceal. Transmedium travel, the ability to move through space, air, and water.
Any one of these, mind you, would be an absolute strategic game changer for any foreign adversary to have. And yet, here we have things doing all 5.
Nobody that I know is aware of some breakthrough that we've made in technology that could allow aircraft to do what these reportedly are doing.
Brian Bender is one of the reporters who broke the story of the Pentagon's secret UFO program.
These aircraft seem to defy all of the known aerodynamic properties that we're familiar with.
So let's let the film keep rolling.
The object the Navy pilot is tracking suddenly seems to get bigger.
So what just happened there? What's he doing?
He's changing the zoom.
The object then appears to accelerate rapidly, disappearing off screen.
That's a significant rate of acceleration in a horizontal plane off to the left. That's very fast.
The object appears to perform a similar maneuver to what the pilots witnessed.
We're all amazed at how fast this thing just took off and disappeared.
Instantaneous acceleration at this rate would produce a force of gravity, or G-force, so extreme it would crush a human being.
No idea what that thing is, and it's not acting like a
aircraft.
It's not acting like anything I've ever seen. Yeah. If there are vehicles out there, aircraft that are doing things aerodynamically that we've never even thought of, then I think we potentially could have real trouble down the road.
There was another F-18 that was flying with Commander Dave Fravor that day, and for the first time, frankly, ever, we were able to talk to that individual. There was some frustration. Frankly, there was a little bit of fear.
Lou Elizondo is briefing his team on new information he's learned about the USS Nimitz incident. This elite group of former government insiders was formed in 2017, bound by their conviction that the craft in these videos must be investigated.
We can make a difference and do things because we have the connections in the network, and if we can continue to establish credibility with people in the Hill and the executive branch, we might be able to take this the next step.
Chris Mellon served as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence. Steve Justice was a top aviation engineer at Lockheed Martin's legendary Skunk Works. Al Puto was a scientist for the CIA.
If you were trying to come up with the A-team of former high-level government officials who would come forward on this issue, you can't really think of a better team. Lou Elizondo, Chris Mellon, these are guys who still have security clearances, still still have networks in Washington, still are in the business, if you will. Chris Mellon has put his entire family's reputation on the line to do this. Steve Just has left a very lucrative job at Lockheed Skunk Works to do this.
But by far the most unlikely member of Elizondo's new team is the man who brought them all together.
The last show I played was in front of 100,000 people. The lights and the pyrotechnics and all that stuff was going off right behind me. And then they wonder why I'm not doing that now.
So back up, introduce yourself.
Yeah. My name is Tom DeLong. A lot of people know me from my band Blink-182. I started that band when I was 16. But I got to that point where my daughter was 2 years old and I was gone for 2 years straight. And I really, really needed a break. The only other thing I was ever interested in was UFOs.
DeLong walked away from stardom and dedicated himself to disclosing what he believes is the truth about UFOs.
I needed to get into the government, and I needed to find the people that deal with this subject and let them know what I'm thinking of doing.
DeLong says he was able to secure a meeting with a high-level aerospace executive with deep connections to the military.
All of a sudden, out of nowhere, I had an opening. And I just go, I am not naive to this subject. I understand the national security implications of this subject, but I am asking for your help because I need guidance. I just need somebody to help me and give me advice. And he leans back and he goes, okay. That's when my life changed completely.
Soon, DeLong was covertly communicating with powerful people, including General William McCaslin, the former head of a billion-dollar Air Force research lab, and John Podesta, the former presidential advisor who once said his biggest regret in the White House was not releasing the government's UFO files.
Tom called me out of the blue, sort of, who is this fellow and why is he calling me? And we began to chat, and I began to chat with some of the other people he was talking to, and he clearly was establishing a network of people who had serious credentials. There are people like me who see this as an incredible mystery and enigma that needs to be resolved.
DeLong says they were all part of an elite group of high-ranking officials dedicated to UFO disclosure, but they wanted to remain in the shadows.
Do you think there's a way over time that we can open up some of these discussions, declassify material?
We ought to be serious about investigating what's going on. Other countries have done that. Other countries have declassified the information they've had.
He's one of the most tenacious individuals I've ever met. He got to the highest levels of the U.S. government, to include Podesta.
Hello, South LA!
But in October 2016, on the eve of the heated presidential election, DeLong was thrust into a media storm.
WikiLeaks released more emails.
The result, it appears, of massive hacks into the National Democratic Committee, private email account of Clinton campaign chair John Podesta, and who knows who else.
DeLong's communications with John Podesta and others were stolen by Russian hackers and published online by WikiLeaks.
The one rule they had is we will help you, but don't go out and tell anybody who we are. That's the only rule.
Overnight, DeLong found himself at the center of the decades-old debate about UFOs.
I think a lot of people thought that Tom DeLong was being used, was being used as a tool. They'll tell him some stuff that's not true, and it'll be a diversion, and we'll fool the Russians or fool the Chinese.
George Knapp is an investigative journalist who has reported extensively about UFOs.
I'm just going to ask you point blank. Is Tom DeLong being controlled by a small group of powerful insiders?
No. No, I think Tom DeLong has plotted out his own course. He's got some really good advisors who are not part of the government. All of these events that have happened are because Tom DeLong used shoe leather, knocked on doors, made phone calls. What Tom has started in the last year is unprecedented, I think, in the history of the study of this field.
By the fall of 2017, DeLong had assembled his team. Then he learned the head of the Pentagon's secret UFO program had resigned in protest and wanted to join forces.
It was Luis Elizondo. It was the guy that I wasn't supposed to know his name ever. It was the guy that worked at the office of the Director of National Intelligence. And they said, but there's one other thing. There's the first 3 videos of UFOs are going to be declassified for the first time in U.S. history.
Chris Millen understands what it means for America to be under attack. On 9/11, he was one of the highest-ranking officials inside the Pentagon.
I have lived through and survived intelligence failures, including the attack on the Pentagon.
Chili cheese. Chili cheese tip, yum. That yum. Cornmeal chili. Corn on.
Are you looking at 4x4s on cars.com again?
I honestly don't know what you're talking about.
I was thinking of something more sophisticated. Huh. Fine. Keep the beard.
Cars.com. Where to next? At IHG Hotels and Resorts, you can explore the neighborhood or live like a local. Unplug for the day or plunge into a long weekend. With IHG's 19 hotel brands, you can guest how you guest.
Walter had always been a man of order, but ever since Sling, Walter discovered his real power, control. The ability to pause his subscription and customize his channel lineup on Sling awakened something deep inside him. Now, standing proudly in his reflective vest, he could control anything. "You wait," he said to the approaching cars. The sounds of horns backed up for miles were his chorus of applause. Sling had shown him that. Walter was a god now.
This was a group of 20 guys with no special skills or capabilities or technology, and they were able to wreak massive havoc on our country. To me, what is most interesting about this case, most pilots don't report these kinds of incidents where people are bringing information to case to us, which is a sign that, we're establishing some credibility and some presence.
Now Millen's out of government, part of an elite team of investigators, raising the alarm about what they see as another potential aerial threat.
What is really motivating me right now is the Nimitz case. We had multiple naval aviators, and what they saw in broad daylight over an extended period of time was corroborated by the most sophisticated sensor systems, air defense systems on Earth. Any reasonable person would have to conclude defies present understanding of what aircraft are capable of doing. It was clearly something beyond the pale.
Chris Mellon is an interesting character. He's never been very public. His jobs have sort of demanded him to work behind the curtain.
Millen hails from one of America's richest and most powerful families. The Millens made fortunes in oil, aluminum, and banking, and wielded power for generations. But Chris Millen found his calling in intelligence, overseeing the budgets for some of America's most secret programs.
I was at the Senate Armed Services Committee, and a report emerged indicating the United States had lost a nuclear weapon. So they sent me to try to find out what happened to the missing nuke warhead.
Back when I was a junior person in the Department of Defense, we all knew who Christopher Mellon was. This was a man who had all the secrets.
I was at Area 51 talking to some guys there, working some programs. And I said, "Do you guys ever see anything really strange. I was almost embarrassed to even ask about it because of the stigma surrounding the topic. And much to my surprise, these guys said, yeah, we've seen some really strange stuff here at night.
The deeper Mellon looked into the controversial subject, the more he began to question why the government was doing nothing about it.
Here's a guy who presumably would know or be able to find out if these sightings were related to some very secret military program that these Nimitz pilots, for example, were not aware of. And clearly, Chris doesn't seem to think that these instances were military aircraft being tested in secret. He feels so strongly about it that he came out of the shadows when it's not really in his DNA to do that.
Chris Mellon and Lou Elizondo weren't the only officials within the government concerned about a potential threat. The Pentagon's secret UFO unit, ATIP, was established by a small group of senators, including former astronaut John Glenn, World War II veterans Daniel Inouye and Ted Stevens, and former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid.
It's amazing that an individual who worked at such a high level for so long as the Majority Leader of the United States Senate would choose this among all of the myriad of issues that he engaged on, with all of the challenges confronting our country today. And this is one that he chooses in the twilight of his career to try to carry forward.
In 2009, Reid sent this letter to the Deputy Secretary of Defense, arguing America needed to study the potentially groundbreaking technology behind these bizarre craft before it got into the hands of our enemies. Reid requested a small unit with one of the highest levels of secrecy. It was the birth of ATIP.
He's making that case and that the strategic implications are so great that we have to accord it special protection.
This wasn't the first time the U.S. government studied UFOs. The Air Force launched Project Blue Book in 1952, when a rash of UFO sightings put the nation on edge.
This is David Brinkley in the radar room at Washington National Airport. On these radar screens last Saturday, they saw something strange and unusual and at the moment unexplainable. It was not an airplane, it was not a cloud, nobody knows what it was.
For the next 17 years, the Air Force studied over 12,000 UFO sightings and found 701 cases that couldn't be explained. But they concluded the incidents posed no national security threat and officially shut Project Blue Book down in 1969.
It wasn't lack of compelling information, it was actually the result of compelling information. Ultimately, they determined that they needed to tamp down the concern, the public concern, in part because during the Cold War, this could create some kind of hysteria and overwhelm our air defense systems. So the government behind the scenes concluded that they needed to discredit this phenomenon.
Mellon claims Project Blue Book created a stigma around UFOs that continues to this day inside the military.
They were concerned it was going to make the Defense Intelligence Agency look bad. They were more concerned about the optics of it. I wonder if at some point this is going to go down as a historical document where people are going to look back and say, it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. That was heroic.
I was never formally debriefed, and I wasn't taken seriously for years.
For over a decade, the accounts of two Navy fighter pilots of an encounter with an unidentified craft south of San Diego were dismissed by the U.S. Navy.
If I had been a single-seat pilot and I had encountered it by myself, I probably wouldn't have said anything. I wouldn't want to risk my security clearance. I wouldn't want to risk people thinking I was a freak or crazy.
You actually get more people that are eyewitnesses to the performance of this thing, and then nothing gets done. So the frustration that comes out of that is why?
It was not only ridicule, but then the intel people didn't seem to be interested in their story. It was the worst of both worlds.
For months, Lou Elizondo and former Assistant Deputy Secretary of Defense for Intelligence Chris Mellon have been working behind the scenes to organize a meeting between the two pilots and members of Congress.
If people see the evidence, they'll understand and they'll find it compelling. Sometimes it's only by bringing the information public and bringing it to the attention of Congress that you get action.
Elizondo is driving across the country when one of the pilots, retired Navy Commander David Fravor, calls to tell him the unprecedented meeting has just taken place.
Fantastic. They ask you some hard, good questions. On the record, oh my God.
Fravor tells Elizondo that he and his wingman pilot met in secret with members of Congress responsible for national security.
Oh, dude.
The senators don't want their names revealed because of the sensitivity of the issue. The press was not informed, and the meeting is not found on any official schedule.
Do you feel positive that it was well received? Well, congratulations. You just made history, brother. Again. For the first time in history, U.S. senators were briefed for the record on UFOs affecting U.S. military aircraft and operations.
For Elizondo, this meeting is the first step in an effort to wake lawmakers up to a serious threat to national security.
How does the story end?
I have no idea who it was or what it was. Maybe it's Elon Musk or somebody out there coming up with some, disruptive technology that's going to change our lives, like an iPhone. If you'd show me an iPhone when I was in high school, I would have thought it was voodoo magic. I hope it ends peacefully.
You have to ask yourself, is it ET or is it Independence Day? What's the intent? And right now, we don't know.
I promise I will try not to yammer on too long. I don't think necessarily disclosure is an event. I think it's a process. And I think that process began. We trust the American people to know that there are certain countries that have nuclear warheads pointed at New York and Los Angeles that could wipe out millions of people in an instant. And yet, we don't trust the American people to know that there's something in our airspace and we don't know what it is. There's a lot more I don't know than I do know. But that's okay. That's why we have to continue to seek to find the answers and collect the data, because ultimately, the data will speak for itself.
I think the public is closer to understanding the UFO mystery than at any time in my lifetime. It's astonishing. And yeah, it's a little bit scary.
What's worst case scenario? I would tell you already, it's too late, because it's here. So we have a choice. We can live with our heads buried in the sand and hope it goes away, or we can take our head out of the sand and try to figure out how it works. But it doesn't really care what we think in this room, because it's here.
This season on Unidentified.
Never forget those voices. You know those voices?
Elizondo's mission to track down more eyewitnesses.
If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I don't know if I would have believed it either.
True. It was raining UFOs.
Leads him to reveal a disturbing pattern.
They disappeared down off the coast. I can tell you the Latin one. I saw a little sphere. Suddenly, it moved. Like that. Fast.
And to expose an even larger threat.
These UFOs had an intense interest in anything nuclear.
What are they, and where are they from?
The beams went down into the weapons storage area. And I'm thinking, oh my God.
Now these objects have a global presence.
Helicopter arrived and they requested all the data reporting.
They didn't want the world to know, which is scary. You don't know what else they're covering up.
Unidentified vehicles are operating at will in restricted airspace, just minutes from the nation's capital.
Thousands of people experience unidentified flying objects. It's time to look into it. You can't ignore facts.
It looks like a dumpster.
Yeah, I think
Hey, everybody.
These are my top 5 moments from the Pro-Am. Number 5, releasing the FNCS skin, which is out now until May the 15th. My skin was all around the tournament. It was so freaking cool. Number 4, being surrounded by
On the East Coast, we are going to step aside for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back.
It's just a quick little view there.
Disturbing thing.
Subway's protein-packed footlongs check all the boxes. Juicy chicken or layers of fresh sliced deli meats? Check. All your favorite Subway sauces? Check. Plus, buy any footlong in the app, get another half off. Great deal? Check, check. Order now on the Subway app.
I photograph the things that I don't want to paint. If a face interests me, I could paint a portrait.
So, Line 6, 10th anniversary party, live stream, event, taking place June 11th. What does this mean? Boy, we sure have been through a lot together. Me, old Grandpa Helix, one of the best pieces of gear in history for guitar players. 10 years. This year will mark 10 years since Helix came out. 10 years, it's been really setting the tone, pushing the limits, pushing others to try to beat it, and some would say that Helix has been designing every other modeler for the past 10 years. Everybody's wanting to do what Helix does. Still, to this day, in my opinion, the best gig experience comes from the Line 6 Helix 4. If I had to take one thing with me for the rest of my life, and traveling with this size was not an issue and it was easier to, I didn't have to carry it, I guess, then it's still Helix for me. We might have gotten some hints here that potentially something new could be coming, or maybe another engine rebuild. So, according to Eric Klein, the chief product design and architect of the Helix, I asked him at NAMM about the need for a next-gen Helix product, and here's what he had to say.
I mean, we do need a next-gen Helix product, but the engine itself is probably 18 months old. The engine in Helix, we've actually improved the engine over and over and over again within the exact same products, which is why
For free.
for free.
So, when he says that Helix has been rebuilt and redesigned and re-engineered, what they mean by that is that with the heavier firmware updates, the insides of this have been rebuilt. Not physically, but in software world. So the software keeps rebuilding and being better than itself. I mean, it's like the Matrix or something. They keep rebuilding. They built it in a way where that can happen, where it can future-proof itself and, rebuild via software and make what they call their engine. They can redo it with some more modern software. So it's still the same physical hardware that you would have gotten then, but every time there's a big major update, you're essentially getting what he calls a new product. And the guys at Worship Tutorials, they gave you a nice shout out in their video talking about the same thing. But I want to kind of now take this a step further and really talk about what's happening right now. Because something pretty big seems to be happening. The 10-year anniversary is taking place at Line 6 headquarters in Calabasas, June 11th, 11 a.m. Pacific Standard, 8 p.m. CT, hosted by Tim Pierce. So, the legendary Tim Pierce, my favorite guitar player and YouTuber.
10th anniversary of Helix, exploring its history, continual evolution. Okay, so a little behind the scenes. I've been invited to this. A lot of my creator friends have been invited to this. This is going to be a really big event that they're bringing in the big guns for. I unfortunately will be in Europe on tour with Jessica Lynn, so I won't be able to attend, but I absolutely would have flown out for this because I got a really good feeling that we're going to get something, a big Easter egg or a tip or a hint, maybe a title, maybe a picture, maybe even a demonstration of what they're working on. It's almost like this is like the Willy Wonka chocolate factory that they were giving out golden tickets to, and I had a golden ticket and basically had to decline my invite, which really sucks. So it says you'll go behind the scenes, meet our team, learn how artists of all types use Helix, and there'll be a special development presentation by the Chief Product Design Architect, Eric Klein, who you just heard of.
See how that lasts. I am April Wilkerson, and I'm a builder. I am always running design, going from one spot over to another, whether it be my work or in my hobby. And I put a high value on function, durability, and high quality. I want to build it once and then never think about it again. And that's why it resonates with Arctic here, because they are overbuilt, but not overpriced. This thing is ultra tough, which is exactly how it got its name. And I actually put it to the test in quite a few fun different ways.
It's going to be a live stream on Facebook and on YouTube. Why would this happen other than a hint or something? This is like Comic-Con when they announced all the Marvel movies, like they just show like the actors' chairs pop up. What could it be? Eric has said numerous times that there won't be a Helix 2. So I'm wondering if this means that this next gen product will even be Helix related. Will it even be relevant to Helix? It might just be a totally different thing. Would they abandon the Helix title altogether, being that it's been so successful? I guess they'd have to come up with some other name other than Helix 2, since he's been saying it's not Helix 2. But what do you want to see in that? What do you want it to have? What would your ideal Helix 2 be? Put it in the comments below, because I'm really excited to see what people are thinking about this. And I'm excited to see, hopefully, whatever it is at this live stream, if it's anything. If it's nothing, I'm going to be pissed, because I'm going to be watching this. And if we don't get a hint to something, I'm sure it's going to be cool either way, going behind the scenes and seeing all the guys there. Everybody over there is really cool, but something's got to pop up. They're bringing in Tim Pierce. They're doing big things. All the creators are going to be there. This has got to be something great. But so things that I would like to see on a Helix 2. I would like capture tech, I guess. I mean, and I'm going to go to the comments here on this because there's a lot of interesting stuff here. Requests, touchscreen integration. That's a good one. I feel like it's got to be. But if they do touchscreen and they get rid of these encoders at the bottom are what separates Helix for me. That I love that these knobs are always accessible. So if you save it on your amp settings, you just have easy access to all of this. You could do your touch capacitance. If they get rid of touch capacitance and these rows, I might be out. But that's awesome for me. I love that about Helix. If they can combine that with the touchscreen and they can just be like, oh, I can touch a block and then the parameters come up, something like that. That'd be really awesome. There's not much I would change about the Helix floor experience. I still love the Helix floor layout, how it's built. Obviously, maybe a little bit smaller and lighter would be cool. I'd like one maybe without an expression pedal. If it were up to me, I'd make one without an expression pedal. This guy's got a good point. Jay here, reading some of the comments about capture tech. Let's face it, if you think you can capture a better sound than these guys and their top-notch studio equipment processing, you're kidding yourself. If you think that they don't have an amp in there that won't get close to the sound you want, again, you're kidding yourself. do you really need more DSP, or do you need to learn more about the system and learn how to play it properly? So if that's an interesting thing, maybe we're going to get a better, more efficient DSP in a big update. Maybe there's going to be a potential 4.0 update that really fixes the DSP and makes it super efficient. NAM captures when they have their own, you can own it. Yep, this Helix fan, which is cool. He would like to shrink it to a QC size, same thing. Built-in wireless receiver, that's a cool point, like the Pod Go has, but then you're kind of stuck with the Line 6 level wireless. I love Line 6, but the wireless is just not that great in my opinion. If they could do a really high quality digital wireless system that's really trustworthy and reliable, I'd be in. More NAM integration, more DSP, capture tech. If we don't get Helix hardware, we might get another big firmware update. They have, like you just said, maybe more amps and features. I mean, how many more amps do you need? I feel like I'm pretty set on amps, but the new amps do keep coming out better and better. As Eric and even the worship guys, the worship tutorial guys have said, every new amp that comes out sounds better than the old amp. So it's almost like maybe we can get a rebuild of the old amps in an update or something, so it makes the older amps catch up to the newer amps, like a redesign or remodel. To keep finding ways to squeeze more life out of Helix. Again, NAM support, another vote for NAM support. Snapshots are unmatched, that is absolutely true. Usability is unmatched. Hoping for NAM captures. Maybe it's just a presentation on the evolution development processes now they got here. See, I don't think so, because a lot of my friends have been invited to go there, and I think that means that maybe something could happen. Helix 2 would be nice. A Pacifica Revstar Variax, that's a good one, Nick. Okay, Nick, to bring back some type of Revstar Variax would be awesome. What a tragic loss to the guitar community. Rest in peace, Variax. We have another guy who's back to tube amps. That's cool. Good for you, man. Audio interface to HX effects, that's interesting. Nikki wants to be able to use Command Center while you're in snapshot mode. I mean, you can just set up any snapshots in stop mode. I remember being on the wait list for Helix, got in 2015, still using it all the time. A lot of people, man, a lot of good, loyal Helix users are out there. Oh, look, here's something nice for me. Why Tim Pierce? Shouldn't it be one of the guys that put the time and effort into their Helix knowledge with us over 10 years? All three of these names are spelled wrong. We much appreciate the mention here, but you have all three of our names wrong, which I think is pretty funny. But thank you, TC Templeton, for your confidence there. Look, if Tim Pierce thinks it's good, that's good for me. Anything that he says, I'm in. More NAM. More new amps. iPad version for HX Edit, another really good one. Maybe some iPad integration, maybe some Bluetooth stuff if that's even possible. A lot of Line 6 for Linux stuff. Yeah, this guy, Aaron, 10 years is an eternity in the digital world, which is true. But again, saying that 10 years in the digital world, yes, as a hardware unit,
down to 1/10 of the pie is what 1.2 is looking for everybody.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It is Sunday night. So, it's been 10 straight months of people asking me to check out The Boys. Mount Shasta is the second highest peak in the Cascade Range at 14,179 feet above sea level. This mountain is known to have many strange, odd, paranormal, and even frightening experiences that people have had on and around this mountain. We're going to take a look at some of those. That's next.
Hey, I've been waiting for you. Do you have good news? I do.
I am climbing up a massive rock formation made out of all granite. And there's these little, almost like valleys, mini valleys inside here at the top. It's pretty wild. All right, you guys, I found a really cool spot. I'm going to go as far as I can with the stories until this wind or the snow moves me off this mountain. Yeah, I got a storm coming in from the west, it looks like. I see a little bit of snow coming right as we speak. So let's get to it. Tonight's beer is from the Shoe Tree Brewing Company, Ash Canyon Amber Ale. I love their label there. And this says Ash Canyon Amber Ale is a classic style amber ale. Ghost-like beings forest at 2.2 million acres of wildlands, mountains, rivers, lake. Likeable. I like it. Yeah. Ash Canyon Amber Ale. Cheers. Mount Shasta in Northern California is 14,179 feet above sea level. It is within the Shasta Trinity National Forest at 2.2 million acres of wildlands, mountains, rivers, lakes, steep ridges, just amazing, huge national forest. It is also known to have a lot of strange, odd, and weird things happen around this mountain, including disappearances, missing people, UFOs, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, portals to other dimensions, ghost-like beings, and underground cities within Mount Shasta. One of the legends was a story about a man named J.C. Brown, who was a miner who went to Mount Shasta in 1904. He was hired by an English mining company, and there at the base of Mount Shasta, he found this very steep cliff with this pile of rock in front of it. He had this suspicion that this pile of rock hid an opening to a cave. He had the rock removed, and he found this cave, possibly a lava tube. This is a volcanic peak, so there's several lava tubes that come off of this mountain. He went into this cave and found many things, including giant skeletons that were 6.5 to 10 feet
tall. Apparently, he found about 27 of these giant skeletons within Mount Shasta. According to legend, I'm not here to verify that story, but that's one of the legends. So our first story takes place on the south side of Mount Shasta in 1970. There at a campground is where Jenny and her family were that July. And they had their camp and they were all excited. They were going to be there for about a week. And they had the tent set up like this. There was Jenny, she was 13 years old, with her two cousins and her sister were in this big army tent, kind of in the middle of this campsite, near the fire pit and the picnic table. Her brother was in a smaller tent to the east of her, and her mom and dad were in a two-person tent to the west of the campsite. Now, Jenny remembers that the ranger came by and warned the family, the dad, and said, you know, you got to hang your food because there's been bears. We've had bear issues in this area. So the dad went about taking all the food and putting it into this canvas bag and hanging it from a tree with a rope. And Jenny clearly remembers seeing this from the front door of her tent while he was hanging the food, and the dad was standing there, and he's 5'10", and he got the food hung up in this tree, and it was hanging about 3 feet above her dad. She clearly remembered that. And Jenny really wanted to see a bear. It was one of her goals. And after hearing the ranger talk about this, she was pretty excited to see a bear. She was a very outdoorsy girl, not afraid of the dark at all. In fact, she wanted to sleep outside, but her mom told her, you know, I want you to stay in the tent. But her goal was to see a bear. And nobody else seemed to be very interested in that. The family enjoyed the day, came into camp, had a nice meal, hung out together. It's a very typical story, camping and then something happens. And they all went to sleep. Sometime in the middle of the night, Jenny heard some movement just outside the tent, 10, maybe 15 feet away. She crawled on her belly towards the door of the tent, unzipped the bottom part of the tent, and then poked part of her head out to see what was going on. She was expecting a bear, and she didn't want to wake anybody up because nobody else wanted to see a bear. They didn't really care. She popped her head out, and what she saw totally surprised her, and she didn't even know what she was seeing. But she saw these two large beings, creatures, standing below the food bag, looking at each other like they were negotiating something, like possibly how to get the food bag down. She sat there watching this, and she realized that her dad, who had been standing there earlier that day below the food bag, and how tall her dad was, how tall these beings were. These things were huge. Broad shoulders, very stocky, dark, black or brown, she couldn't really tell. These were definitely not bears. One was smaller than the other, and the tallest one, she said her dad would have came to the bottom of the chest of the tallest one. Just massive. And she reiterated, these were not bears. Now Jenny, who was laying on her belly, peeking out of the bottom of the door of the tent, had never heard of Bigfoot or knew nothing about Bigfoot, but she realized she was experiencing something extraordinary. As she sat there, and this all happened in a matter of seconds, 6, 7, maybe 8 seconds, she let out this gasp, like, because she was holding it all in. And right then, these two creatures were 10 or 15 feet away at the base of this food bag in the middle of their camp. They both turned and looked right at her. Then they looked back at each other, then back at her, and then they both turned and quickly disappeared. They moved in opposite directions. They were absolutely silent. And Jenny could see long hair on their arms as they swung, as they quickly moved away. Then they were gone. She slid back into the tent, crawled into her sleeping bag, and laid there most of the rest of the night thinking about what she'd seen. She had no idea what she saw. She woke up the next morning, got up immediately, went out to the middle of the campsite with the picnic table below the food bag, and started looking for tracks. The ground was very packed, very compacted. She found nothing. She moved around out into the forest or the surrounding area, didn't find anything. She did not tell anybody about this. She didn't know what to say. She had trouble with her brother and her other sisters because she was the youngest, and they were going to give her a hard time. And she was like, I'm not going to tell them I saw two giant beings in our campsite. They're just going to harass me. So she said, no way. She spent the rest of the vacation, most of it, looking around the forest for more evidence or these creatures. And she passed up water skiing twice and other family events just to find out what these things were. About a year later, she saw on TV the 1967 Patterson-Gimlin Bigfoot footage, and she was really excited because it looked like something she had seen. She's now 67 years old and realizes what she saw was incredible and extraordinary, still is a mystery to her, and she will never forget what she saw that night at the base of Mount Shasta in 1970.
Visit SeaWorld and go from real to unreal. Get road trip ready with deals at Pet Boys. Right now, buy 3 Cooper Adventurer all-season tires and get the 4th tire free. Or shop our manager special. You'll receive a full synthetic oil change, tire rotation, and 2 wiper blades for $140 with coupons. Need a deal on brakes? Save up to $100 on select brake service packages with coupons. Don't wait. Make an appointment online today and trust Pet Boys to keep you moving.
Jen, do you have the social posts yet? Oh, I'll get those right to you.
Jen, I need the audience analysis today.
Oh, okay.
Can you send me my talking points for tomorrow whenever you get a second?
Copilot, write talking points based on the product overview document. Create a chart using our audience data. Also, draw 5 social posts.
Our next story takes place at Shasta Lake, which is south of Mount Shasta. It has great views of the mountain and is known for boating, great fishing, and camping, and also known to have Bigfoot and Sasquatch encounters. This lake is California's largest man-made lake. It's a reservoir. It's comprised of the Pitt River, the McCloud River, the Sacramento River, all flowing in together with multiple other smaller streams and tributaries. Because of all the mountains around this, it forms this very large lake. And this lake can be over 517 feet deep when it's full. And this last 2 winters have been really good, and it's filled this lake up. So there, in 2014, at Shasta Lake, Brandon and his family were at the Jones Valley Resort enjoying a vacation. Enjoying the lake and each other, and it was July of that year. And Brandon decided to take his Sea-Doo out, his personal watercraft, and just go cruising along the lake and then catch one of the tributaries, the Pitt River Arm. He's heading up this Pitt River Arm on a Sea-Doo, 2 in the afternoon, beautiful day, and he had a habit of scanning the shoreline and the ridgeline, looking for wildlife and animals and shapes. He got this from hunting. It was just a habit. He's heading up this river and he realizes that there's less and less people and boats, and it was pretty remote at this point. He comes around this point, continuing up the river. He's pretty near shore, about 30 feet or so, and he looks towards shore and he sees these dead tree snakes sitting in the water. Sometimes when the water gets low, these dead trees reveal themselves. In between these trees were about 12 feet apart. He saw this large head with long hair on it, this flat face and these large eyes, and it was staring right at him as he was riding by on his sea-doo. And then, as quickly as he saw it, he went underwater, disappeared, and left a ring in the calm water before the sea-doo sent some waves over in that direction. Brandon continued on up the river for about 30 more seconds, thinking about what he had just saw, and he had his shades on, and he thought, did I just see what I thought I saw? And so he decided to slow it down and do this really wide turn in the middle of the river and come back. He went about 300 yards upstream and then came back. And he was starting to look for more evidence of what he possibly had seen. He was cruising around in these slow, small circles, looking for anything. And then he looked towards shore, and he was really close to shore. He didn't see any wet footprints or anything up on the shore. And then he had this vision of something really horrible. What if this thing was what I thought it was, and it lunged up out of the water and grabbed me and pulled me off my personal watercraft, my sea-doo. And so he immediately went, all right, I'm out of here. He turned it and went upstream a little bit, did another wide curve, and started heading back. On his way back to the resort, he was thinking about what he'd seen. And he described it as it was the size of a football helmet, had long, wet hair that was tan, almost like the color of a coyote, had a very flat face, the mouth was submerged under the water, and it had these large, human-like eyes, but huge and dark. And they locked eyes for a few moments. And so he knows what he saw was real. And then it just went under the water. And when he was cruising around looking, he was looking and searching for about 2 or 3 minutes. And this thing never came up anywhere. Very frightening, though, to think that this thing could have been right under his watercraft. Also, after leaving the area, he kind of wished he had gone back and maybe even landed the sea-doo on the shore and waited to see what would happen. But being how remote it was and there was no one around, he thought that was really a bad idea. Who knows what could have happened. That's our story from Brandon in 2014. All right, you guys, the temps are dropping, the wind's picking up, and I'm running out of daylight, so I am going to head back to the cabin, finish up our video. So we'll see you in a little bit. Okay, I am back in the cabin. I'm glad I came back because it started snowing pretty good up in the mountains there. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. But yeah, winter is working its way through the Sierra. So our next story takes place on the northeast slopes of Mount Shasta. And this is where William, age 12, was going to go camping with his father in 1979, that fall, September. And they took their 1965 Chevy pickup truck and drove around the north and a little bit to the east and then up towards the mountain on one of these Forest Service roads. And it was pretty remote. And William's father liked to go to find these remote locations just to get away from people and just have their own space. And so they got to this location. They could see a clearing off the road about 20 yards away or so, and they pulled the truck up
and then they went out and set up their camp. Now, William loved the outdoors, and he loved hanging out with his dad camping on these weekend camping excursions. And he also loved the idea of camping next to a volcano. And Mount Shasta is a potentially active stratovolcano that last erupted about 3,200 years ago. So it was a pretty interesting location just with that alone. William and his dad enjoyed the day. It's getting late, and so they went to their camp, had dinner, and William's dad liked to play the guitar. So they got the campfire going, and his dad was playing the guitar, and they even sang a couple songs, and they were just having a great time. And then they started talking about the next day and the volcano and heading up the road and trying to get some views of it and doing some hiking. And they were really excited about their little weekend together. It was time to go to bed. Now, William's father had William stay in the pickup truck, in the bed of the truck, and there was a camper shell on this 1965 Chevy. It had a small air mattress and there was a sleeping bag. And William's dad said, "All right, good night." And he put the tailgate up and closed the top of the camper shell door. From the inside, you can turn it and open it so William could get out if he needed to. And then he went to his tent, which is about 12 feet away. And this was a
Bad Boy Elixir, the new masculine fragrance, Carolina Herrera. Ready, set, dream cabin nestled in the woods. Just 4 hours to go. New job halfway across the country. Butterflies, or for a first date. Audition for a role made for you. Hopefully. Biggest game of your lives. There's go in everything you do. That's why 70.
Hey everybody, Greg Laurie here with some exciting news. The Harvest Crusade is coming back to Angel Stadium on July 19th of 2025. We're going to be joining music once again by Brooke Ligertwood, who we love.
late 1970s four-man tent, and that's where he was going to spend the night. So they both fell asleep, and about 3 a.m., William heard some movement around the camp. And being that his dad was right there, here's the truck, and the tent's about 12 feet away, William thought, oh, it's my dad getting up to do something. Maybe he's going to relieve himself. I'm not sure. And then he listened, and he heard the cooler. Like something ran into the cooler and flipped it over. And he laughed, and he thought he envisioned his dad tripping over this cooler, and he thought that was funny. He laughed out loud. But he thought it was odd because his dad, number one, usually always slept through the night, and he was prone to swear. So if he tripped over something, he was probably going to cuss. And he didn't. Or he didn't hear any cussing. So he listened, and he waited. It was dead quiet. And then suddenly, something hit the side of the truck, the back quarter panel of the truck, with such force that the truck moved and bounced back down. It felt like he was in a car accident with such force and violence as something slammed into the side of the truck. At this point, William was afraid for his life. He reached over and he grabbed his rifle, which was a .22, and he had it in the truck with him. And he laid in bed with his .22, holding it while he was in his sleeping bag, and he waited and listened. William lay there just feeling terrified. And he waited about 30 seconds, and then he heard this, what he described as a rabbit screaming. I don't know if you ever heard that, but it's just this really terrifying sound. But he said it was louder, deeper, and raspy
and it was piercing, this piercing sound, and it went on for 10 to 12 seconds. Just terrified, laying there, not moving, motionless, just waiting to see what was going to happen. Then he heard more chaos in the camp, and then something running off into the forest. Then it was dead quiet. He waited and listened, not moving a muscle again. And he heard what he thought was his dad's sleeping bag unzipping. He kept listening. Then he clearly heard the tent to his dad's tent unzipping. He laid there waiting, and then his dad, he could hear his voice, and it said, William, are you okay? And William said, I'm okay, I think, I'm okay. And William's dad said, what happened? What's going on out here? And William said, I don't know. I think there's something in camp, but I don't know what it was. And William's dad said, okay. And he opened the tailgate, dropped it down, opened the door on the shell, the camper shell, said, all right, come on out, let's go into the tent. So we got him out, they went over to the tent, zipped the tent up, and they listened and waited and talked about this the rest of the night. They did not sleep. They stayed up until morning. At first light, William's dad gets up and unzips the tent, and they both step out of the tent. The camp was in complete disarray. The camp chairs, it looked like something had picked them up and thrown them about 15 feet from where they were. The cooler was laying on its back. The camp cook box looks like somebody thrown it about 5-6 feet. And they noticed that there was food still in the cooler, but there was a carton of eggs that were missing. The eggs were gone. They looked for tracks, and it was mostly pine needles, and there was no tracks that they could see. They walked around the edge of the campsite looking for any more evidence, and they found the egg carton, with the top ripped off, and the eggs were all gone. And there was no evidence of eggshells or eggs anywhere. They were just gone. They came back and they looked at the truck, and they could see there was a basketball-sized dent in the rear quarter panel on the driver's side behind the rear tire, about 1.5 inches deep, size of a basketball. This big dent there. And William knew his dad would not have done this as a prank, because that 65 Chevy truck was his baby. He just loved this truck. There was no way he would have done that. William always thought about that carton of eggs. It was like this mystery. Like, why would something take a carton of eggs? And there was no evidence where the eggs went. They were just gone. And it almost was like something ate all the eggs, shells and all. And this mystery that they had, they believed it was a Bigfoot that they experienced in 1979 on the slopes of Mount Shasta. Now, Mount Shasta has a fascinating weather phenomenon that forms above its peaks called lenticular clouds. These are stationary lens-shaped clouds that form when wind blows over an obstacle like a mountain or Mount Shasta. These clouds are well-defined and smooth, often shaped like plates or saucers, which might explain some of the UFO sightings that have happened on and around Mount Shasta, but it does not explain all of the sightings. Listen to this next story. On April 25th of 2019, Steve and Anna were living in the small city of Mount Shasta, California. There, during the summer, they would love to go up to the Shasta Trinity National Forest and go to Castle Lake. It was their favorite place to go. They would go swimming there, hiking, and being that it was April and it had been a long winter, they were really curious to see what the conditions were up there. So they got in their car and drove south and west of Mount Shasta, the community, which is not too far from the peak, and went into the national forest. They drove up the road and saw a lot of snow up there, and they saw a couple of cars coming down as they went up, and it was getting late in the day. They parked, and they had about 100 yards to go to get to the lake. They got up to the lake, and they could see the lake was still mostly frozen over, and the trails are pretty clogged with snow. And they went around the lake just a little bit towards the shore to the west side of the lake, just kind of enjoying the view and getting ready to turn around. And they realized they're the only ones up there. And as they turned their backs to head back down towards the car, go back home, they heard this low humming sound coming from the other side of the lake. They both turned and looked. Now, normally, they probably wouldn't have heard this sound because it was pretty low and pretty quiet if there had been people around, cars, or the wind was blowing. But they both looked, and they saw this flashing, multicolored sphere hovering about 50 feet above the lake. On the backside of the lake, next to the cliff wall that was there, they looked at each other, they looked back at this thing, and they tried to make sense of what they were looking at. Anna thought, is this a flare that somebody threw onto the cliff wall and it was casting this light? But they didn't see any fire or smoke coming from this thing. And then Stephen thought, is it maybe a climber over there and there's some light reflecting off of him and he's creating some kind of crazy light? They had no idea. And it couldn't have been that because this sphere was casting this strobing light off of this cliff wall. They could clearly see it was away from the wall and casting back towards the wall. Really crazy. They watched it. This thing was made up of multicolors of red, white, blue, and green along the bottom. They watched it for about 15 seconds. This thing was hovering there one moment. The next moment, it went up and away over the trees and vanished. It was gone. And the humming sound was gone as well. It was now quiet. They weren't afraid, but it felt really eerie and strange. Just a strange feeling they had. Particularly with it being almost dark, adding that to it as well. They knew they needed to leave, so they both turned, got through the snow, and got into the car and went back down the mountain. They had no idea what they saw. Okay, guys, that was a lot of fun to focus on one area like Mount Shasta and do stories from that location. Pretty wild place, I gotta say. I'm gonna go there next summer. That would be really cool to go up there and do some camping and take you guys along with me. So if you guys like stories about the strange, unexplained, and things that go bump in the night, please like and subscribe. You guys know how to do that. That always helps me and my channel. Also, I appreciate your comments. They're very helpful, very encouraging for me, and I really appreciate that. Also, remember, what doesn't kill you will make you stronger, except bears. Bears will kill you. All right, you guys, keep hiking.
Fortunately, DoorDash knows all your neighborhood hotspots, so you can always get the best of what's around. We wish you the best of luck with that. Shake up your dinner routine. Order with DoorDash.
At Spartan College, how you train matters. Our program focuses on preparing you for the skills and knowledge needed for a career in aviation maintenance technology, using hands-on instruction with a variety of aircraft and systems, past and present, to provide diversity in your training, utilizing interactive e-learning to give you the flexibility to learn your way, and training with a focus on electronics, engines, aerodynamics, composites, and safety to prepare you for the future of aviation maintenance. At Spartan, what matters is your training. Learn more about our program options at spartan.edu.
it's Chris here. Tonight I'm in the Sierra Nevada camping out, and I have a story from one of our viewers who in the late 70s was at a camp, a summer camp up near Mammoth, California. And one weekend they went up to some high mountain lakes and they had a series of strange things happen to them that he figured out later what it possibly was. Really interesting. That's next. Okay, the sun is going down on me really fast, so I'm going to get my lanterns going here. Got the double lanterns tonight. This one's, there we go. Put that right over here. And for tonight's beer, we have from the Belching Beaver Brewing Company, we have Must Be the Honey Blonde. It's an ale. Must be the Honey Blonde Ale. That is a really tasty beer. It does have a little bit of a honey taste to it. And I had one of those last night, so I've already pre-tested the beer, which is not a bad idea. When you buy 6 of them, gotta test one of them at least before the show. So, all right, cheers. I'm hearing some frogs over my shoulder here. And crickets and birds or something. Anyways, the animals are making some sounds right now, which is kind of a good sign. So our story came to us from David. He's one of our viewers. And back in the 70s, when David was growing up, he grew up in the same era I did. He was born in the 60s, a few years after I was born. His family would send him to summer camp at Mammoth, California. It was called Voorhees Viking Camp is what it was called. And there he would spend the entire summer from Memorial Day to Labor Day. The entire summer. Most of the campers would come on Sunday night, stay for the week, and leave on Friday, which is kind of the normal routine. But there was about 7 people who would stay the entire summer. And they would go right through the weekend and spend the whole entire summer. And what they liked to do on their weekend, because there were no scheduled things with the camp, is that they would go up to this series of lakes called the Sherwin Lakes, and then up above that was called Valentine Lake. They would go up there, spend Friday and Saturday night, come back late morning, early afternoon, Sunday, and they would go fishing up there. Beautiful lakes up there, beautiful country, and it was kind of a series of small mountains, like a mountain, and then another mountain, and then this like cirque with this really long, beautiful Valentine Lake. And this is in the Inyo National Forest on the southeastern side of the Sierras, just south of me, really, a couple hours. And the Inyo National Forest is 1.9 million acres on the east side of the Sierra. So this is east of Yosemite and north of Mount Whitney, which is the highest point in the lower 48 of the United States, at 14,494 feet. And the word Inyo means dwelling place of the Great Spirit in Native American. That is really interesting. So this particular weekend, they decide to go up to the lakes and do some fishing. They leave on Friday, and they go about a mile to the base of this mountain and work their way up some switchbacks, and it levels out on the first mountain, and that's where Little Sherwin Lake is. They go another mile to the base of the next mountain, a series of switchbacks zigzagging right up the mountain. It levels out again, and that is where Big Sherwin is. Go past that, another mile, and now they're on the third mountain. They're working their way up the third mountain. About halfway up the third mountain, they noticed a large tree down across the trail. Big pine tree, not a dead pine tree, just a big fresh pine tree. David told me, he said that pine tree was not there the week before. They walked up to the tree, and right away they could smell this horrible stench. Just a really horrible, putrid, terrible smell in the air, somewhere right around the area. They didn't know what it was. They looked down at